Hello, everyone. Tonight, we're stepping into the world of the ancient gods, not for their battles or their power, but for their stories, their flaws, and the choices that shaped both gods and mortals. This is a quiet journey through myth, memory, and the echoes that still remain. If you'd like, share where you're listening from and what time it is there. And if stories of gods and legends help you unwind, remember to like the video, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you don't miss our calm, story-filled nights. Now, lower the lights, let your body relax, and allow yourself to drift into the world of the gods. Before there were thrones, laws, or names carved into stone, there was only a wide and silent beginning. The Greeks called it chaos. Not chaos as noise or madness, but as an open space where nothing had yet chosen its shape. From that quiet openness came Gaia, the earth, solid and patient. She gave birth to Uranus, the sky, who stretched above her and covered her completely. Together, without planning or kindness, they created the first generation of powerful beings. And then, almost without warning, the story of family began. The children of Gaia and Uranus were not gentle. They were vast, heavy with strength, and deeply connected to the raw parts of the world. These beings were called the Titans. There were 12 of them, and each carried a piece of existence within themselves. Oceanus held the endless waters that wrapped around the land. Hyperion carried light and the movement of the sun. Cueus was tied to thought and deep questions. Creus watched the stars and the directions of the world. Iapetus carried the weight of mortality and limits. And Cronus, the youngest, held time, harvest, and a sharp hunger for power. Alongside them were their sisters. Rhea, gentle but strong, carried the future of motherhood. Themis embodied order and fairness, not as law books, but as balance. Mnemosyne held memory, the quiet force behind stories and history. Tethys nurtured fresh waters and growth. Phoebe glowed with distant wisdom. Together, they were not just a family. They were the first structure of the universe, learning how to exist. But Uranus, their father, feared them. He looked at his children and saw not beauty but danger. Their strength frightened him. Their size made him feel small. Instead of guiding them, he pushed them away. Some of the children were hidden deep inside the earth, pressed back into Gaia's body, trapped in darkness and pain. Gaia felt this suffering as her own. The earth does not forget pain easily. Over time, that pain became anger. Gaia did not scream or strike, she waited. She shaped a plan the way mountains are shaped, slowly and with purpose. She created a sharp blade of stone and asked her children who would stand against their father. Most of the Titans were afraid. Uranus was the sky itself. How do you fight what covers everything? Only Cronus stepped forward. Cronus was not the strongest, but he was patient and cold. He understood waiting. When Uranus came to lie with Gaia, Cronus struck. With one violent act, he ended his father's rule and took his place. The sky pulled away from the earth, and space opened between them. The world breathed for the first time. Cronus became king of the Titans. To many, he seemed like a savior. He had freed his siblings and answered Gaia's pain. Under his rule, the world entered what later stories would call a golden age. There was abundance, peace, and no clear line yet between gods and nature. The Titans ruled without temples, without prayers, without crowds kneeling before them. They simply were. But power does not heal fear. It only changes its shape. Cronus learned a prophecy, whispered by Gaia and echoed by the earth itself. One of his children would overthrow him, just as he had overthrown his father. Time turned inward. The future became a threat. Cronus did not try to be better than Uranus. He tried to be safer. When his children were born, he swallowed them whole. Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon disappeared into his body, one by one. Rhea, their mother, watched this in silent horror. She was a titan, strong and ancient, yet completely powerless in that moment. Each birth became a funeral. Each cry ended in darkness. The world did not notice at first. The rivers still flowed. The sun still rose. But something had changed. A king who eats his own future rules through fear, not harmony. Rhea could not endure it forever. Like Gaia before her, she turned pain into quiet rebellion. When her sixth child was born, she hid the baby and wrapped a stone in cloth instead. Cronus, blind with fear and habit, swallowed the stone without question. The child was saved. His name was Zeus. Zeus was raised in secret, far from his father's shadow. While the Titans ruled openly, the future grew in silence. And though this part of the story belongs more fully to what comes next, it is important to understand something here. The fall of the Titans did not begin with war. It began with family wounds left untreated. The Titans were not evil. They were not monsters. They were the first attempt at order in a young universe. They ruled like nature rules, without mercy but also without cruelty. Storms do not hate. Earthquakes do not judge. The Titans simply existed as they were made. But they were also limited. They did not understand change. They did not understand forgiveness. And most of all, they did not understand that time cannot be swallowed forever. Cronus sat on his throne believing he had won. The other Titans stood beside him, some loyal, some uneasy, some already feeling that the world was shifting beneath their feet. Memory watched. Justice waited. The earth listened. The first family had built the world, but they had also planted the seeds of their own end. And far away, unseen and growing stronger each day, the next generation was learning how to rise. Cronus did not become king because he loved power. He became king because fear had already taken root inside him long before the throne existed. When he raised his hand against Uranus, it was not only rebellion. It was a sun trying to escape a shadow that covered the entire sky. That moment, sharp and final, ended one rule but quietly planted the seed of another kind of darkness. After Uranus fell, the world felt wider. Space opened. Breath returned. The Titans stepped into a time of calm and growth, and for a while, Cronus believed he had done the right thing. He ruled beside his sister and wife, Rhea, and the land gave freely. Crops grew without struggle. Rivers stayed kind. There was no hunger, no aging as mortals would later know it. From the outside, this was a golden age. But Cronus never truly rested. He remembered the fear in his father's eyes. He remembered how quickly power could be taken. And deep inside, he understood something he refused to face. He had not broken the cycle. He had only stepped into it. The prophecy did not arrive like thunder. It did not scream or demand attention. It was quiet, almost gentle, which made it far more dangerous. One of his children would overthrow him. Not might, not could, would. Time itself spoke against him. Cronus ruled time, yet time turned into his enemy. Every passing moment became a step closer to his fall. Every future day felt like a thread hiding behind a smile. He began to look at Rhea not with love, but with suspicion. He looked at birth not as creation, but as danger, and slowly the world shifted from abundance to control. When Hestia was born, Cronus hesitated. She was calm, warm, carrying the peace of hearth and home, but fear does not listen to reason. He swallowed her anyway. The act shocked even him, but once done, it became easier. Demeter followed, then Hera. Each child vanished into darkness, and with each act, Cronus told himself the same lie. This is protection. This is necessary. This is order. Rhea watched her children disappear and felt something break inside her. She was not weak, but she was trapped between love and survival. To stand openly against Cronus would mean destruction, not only for her, but for the world itself. So she stayed silent, and silence became her wound. The other Titans noticed the change. Some turned away, pretending not to see. Others justified it, calling it the price of stability. Only a few felt the deep unease that crept through the Golden Age like a hidden crack. Mnemosyne remembered how Uranus had fallen. Themis sensed imbalance growing heavier with each swallowed child. Gaia felt it all, because the earth feels everything. Cronus, meanwhile, convinced himself that fear was wisdom. He believed that a good ruler anticipates threats and removes them early. He believed that love makes kings weak, and mercy invites chaos. The throne grew colder beneath him, but he mistook that coldness for strength. What he never understood was that fear is loud inside, but fragile underneath. It demands constant action. It never feels satisfied. The more he tried to control the future, the more tightly it wrapped around his mind. When Poseidon was born, Cronus did not even pause. When Hades followed, the act felt almost automatic. By the time Zeus was conceived, the pattern was complete. Birth meant destruction, love meant risk, trust no longer existed. Rhea reached her breaking point. She did not scream, she did not beg. She turned instead to Gaia, just as Gaia had once turned against Uranus. History does not repeat itself loudly, it whispers. Gaia listened to Rhea's pain and gave her a plan shaped by patience, not force. A stone, wrapped in cloth, a hidden child, a future protected by secrecy rather than strength. When Zeus was born, Rhea felt hope for the first time since her nightmare began. She hid him far away, where Cronus, fear could not reach. When she handed Cronus the stone, he swallowed it without question. Fear had blinded him completely. He believed the danger was gone, and for a while he felt relief. Cronus sat on his throne, thinking the prophecy had been defeated. He believed he had eaten fate itself. The Golden Age continued on the surface, but beneath it, something new was growing. The world was learning a lesson it would repeat many times in different forms. Power gained through fear always creates the thing it fears most. Cronus, rule was built on denial. He denied the pain of Rhea. He denied the individuality of his children. He denied the truth that time moves forward, no matter how tightly you try to hold it. As the god of time, this denial was his deepest tragedy. The Titans remained powerful, but they were no longer united. Trust had faded. Love had been replaced by quiet distance. Even the earth itself felt heavier, as if waiting for something it could not yet name. Far away, hidden and growing stronger, Zeus learned a different lesson. He learned survival. He learned patience. He learned that power does not have to be loud to be real. Every breath he took was a countdown Cronus could not hear. Cronus ruled the world, but fear ruled him. And fear, like time, always runs out. Fear had already shaped Cronus before his children ever opened their eyes. By the time they were born, his decision was no longer a question. It was a rule he followed without hesitation. Birth did not mean joy. It meant danger arriving too close. Hestia was the first. She came quietly, wrapped in warmth, carrying the calm of home and shared meals. There was nothing threatening in her presence. She did not cry loudly. She did not struggle. Yet Cronus saw only the prophecy, only the future turning against him. He took her and swallowed her whole. In that moment, the world lost its first sense of peace, though it did not yet understand what was missing. Demeter followed. She carried life within her, the rhythm of growth, the promise of harvest. Wherever she touched, the land wanted to bloom. But to Cronus, she was another ticking moment in time, another step toward his fall. He swallowed her too, and the earth felt a deep, quiet ache. Crops still grew, but the bond between growth and care had been wounded. Then came Hera. Strong-willed, even as an infant, she carried dignity and pride. She would one day rule beside a king. She would demand loyalty and respect. Cronus sensed this instinctively, and it frightened him more than raw strength ever could. He did not wait. Hera vanished into darkness like the others, and power lost its sense of balance. With each child, the act became easier. Cronus no longer looked away. He no longer paused. Fear had turned into habit, and habit into certainty. He believed he was saving the world from chaos. He believed that control was the highest form of love a ruler could offer. Rhea watched it all. She did not scream because screaming changes nothing when power has already chosen deafness. She did not fight because open defiance would only destroy what little hope remained. Instead, she carried grief silently, the way mountains carry pressure for centuries before breaking. Poseidon was born next. He arrived restless, filled with motion, carrying the pulse of waves and storms. Even as a newborn, there was movement in him, a refusal to be still. Cronus felt a flash of doubt for the first time. This child felt dangerous in a way the others had not. That doubt hardened his resolve. Poseidon was swallowed, and the seas became untamed, no longer guided by balance, only by force. Hades came after. He was quiet, heavy. There was depth in him, a seriousness that felt older than his form. Cronus hesitated again, but for a different reason. This child felt distant, not threatening. But fear does not measure danger accurately. It reacts to uncertainty. Hades disappeared into Cronus' body, and with him went the future order of death itself. By now, the pattern was complete. The Olympians, though not yet known by that name, existed trapped inside their father. They did not age. They did not die. Time passed around them, but not through them. They waited in darkness, suspended between existence and silence. The world above continued, unaware that its future rulers were hidden inside the very god who feared them. Cronus told himself the danger was over. Rhea knew better. Each birth tore her further apart. Motherhood, once a source of strength, became a cycle of loss. She felt her children still existed somewhere, but unreachable, trapped inside fear itself. She turned inward, searching for a way to break a pattern older than reason. When she carried her sixth child, something changed. This time, she did not share her fear with Cronus. She shared it with the earth. Gaia listened, as she always did. The earth remembers pain, but it also remembers solutions. Gaia did not offer violence. She offered deception, not as cruelty, but as survival. When Zeus was born, Rhea hid him away from the world Cronus controlled. He was taken to a quiet place, raised by forces that did not bow to the king of time. Nymphs, nature, the steady rhythm of life itself watched over him. He grew not in fear, but in patience. Rhea wrapped a stone in cloth and gave it to Cronus. He swallowed it without question. This moment reveals more about Cronus than any act of violence. He did not check, he did not doubt. He trusted his fear more than his senses. To him, danger had only one shape, and he believed he had destroyed it. Inside him, the swallowed gods waited. Hestia carried calm even in darkness. Demeter held on to growth. Hera nurtured pride and endurance. Poseidon churned with restless anger. Hades learned silence and acceptance. They were not broken, they were forming. Cronus felt relief for the first time in years. The prophecy seemed defeated. The future felt sealed. He returned to his rule, believing he had outsmarted time itself. The Golden Age continued, but it had grown thin, like a surface stretched too tight. The other Titans sensed something was wrong, though few spoke it aloud. Some feared Cronus, some pitied him, some believed his actions were necessary. Fear has a way of spreading responsibilities so that no one feels fully guilty. Rhea watched and waited. She visited her hidden son when she could. Zeus grew quickly, not in size alone, but in awareness. He learned stories of the world before him. He learned what had been done to his siblings. He learned that power taken through fear always leaves something unfinished. What Cronus never understood was this: swallowing his children did not stop time. It trapped him inside it. Every moment after that became borrowed. Every breath brought him closer to the future he believed he had destroyed. The Olympians inside him did not fade. They did not weaken. They became patient. Time, after all, was their father's domain, and time, when denied, learns how to wait. This chapter of the story is not about cruelty alone. It is about fear mistaking itself for wisdom. It is about a ruler who believed survival required sacrifice, but never questioned whose sacrifice it was. It is about a mother who chose quiet rebellion over open destruction. And it is about children who learned strength not through freedom, but through endurance. The world moved forward, unaware of the tension coiled beneath its calm surface. Rivers flowed, crops grew, storms passed. But beneath it all, something was preparing to break free. Cronus sat on his throne, believing the future was silent. Inside him, it was awake. Zeus did not grow up under a throne or beneath a watching crown. His childhood was shaped by silence, shadows, and careful distance, while Cronus ruled the world openly, believing the future had been swallowed. The future was learning how to breathe without being seen. Rhea did not hide Zeus out of cruelty or fear alone. She hid him out of understanding. Power that grows too early draws attention. Power that grows quietly learns how to survive. She placed him far from the halls of the Titans, in a place where nature still moved freely, untouched by Cronus. Constant watch. There, Zeus was not a king's son. He was simply a child. He was raised among nymphs, surrounded by stone, wind, and growing things. The earth itself seemed to watch over him, steady and patient. Some stories say he was hidden in a cave. Others say he was carried from place to place so no pattern could be traced. The details shift, but the truth remains the same. Zeus learned early that safety came from movement and silence. Rhea visited him when she could. She did not stay long. Love, in this case, meant distance. She brought stories instead of comfort. Stories of his siblings. Stories of the world before fear ruled it. Stories of a father who had mistaken control for strength. Zeus listened, not with anger, but with focus. He learned who he was by understanding what had been taken from him. Around him, life moved honestly. The nymphs laughed. Animals fought and rested without reason or guilt. Storms passed without apology. Zeus watched all of it closely. He learned that power did not need permission to exist. It simply acted when the time was right. These lessons stayed with him far more deeply than any speech could have. As he grew, Zeus did not rush toward revenge. That is important. He did not burn with blind rage. He did not dream of tearing his father apart. Instead, he asked questions. He wanted to understand why fear had won, why the Titans, so strong and ancient, had allowed one prophecy to shape everything. He learned patience. Cronus, meanwhile, grew comfortable. Believing the prophecy had been defeated, he relaxed his grip slightly. The world returned to routine. The Titans resumed their places. Order appeared stable again, but comfort can be dangerous. When fear sleeps, awareness dulls. Cronus did not notice the small signs. The earth shifting, the air carrying new tension, memory stirring. Zeus grew into his strength slowly, the way storms gather long before the first thunder is heard. He learned to control his emotions, not suppress them. He learned to listen before acting. Most importantly, he learned to wait until the moment mattered. When the time came, rebellion did not begin with force. It began with deception. Zeus approached his mother Rhea, not as a child seeking comfort, but as an ally seeking truth. Together they planned carefully. The goal was not destruction, it was release. His siblings were still alive, trapped inside Cronus, waiting. Any victory that left them behind would mean nothing. Rhea returned to Cronus with a new role. She became the comforting presence again, the worried wife, the loyal queen. Cronus, blind to the cost of his own fear, welcomed this. He believed the danger was long gone. Zeus prepared a potion, subtle and quiet, not poison, not violence, a forced truth. When Cronus drank it, the illusion shattered. One by one, the swallowed gods were released. Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Poseidon, and Hades emerged, unchanged in essence, but sharpened by confinement. The moment they stood free, the balance of the world shifted. Cronus was shocked, not because he was defeated, but because he had been wrong. Fear had lied to him, control had failed, time had not stopped, it had been gathering. Zeus did not strike immediately, he did not declare himself king. He stood beside his siblings and let them breathe the open air for the first time. That pause mattered. It was the difference between another cycle of fear and something new. The rebellion did not explode, it unfolded. The Titans divided. Some stood with Cronus out of loyalty or habit. Others hesitated, sensing that the world was changing again. Gaia watched closely. She had seen this before, but never quite like this. Zeus was not repeating the past. He was adjusting it. War was coming, but it was not yet time. Zeus spoke to his siblings not as a ruler, but as a brother. He listened to their anger. He acknowledged their pain. He did not promise safety, he promised change. That promise carried weight because it was honest. Cronus looked at his son and did not see a child anymore. He saw the future standing upright, unafraid. For the first time since the prophecy, fear returned to him fully, sharp and alive. But now it was too late to swallow it. Zeus' rise was slow because it had to be. Power taken too quickly invites the same mistakes. He built trust. He gathered allies. He learned which titans could be reasoned with and which could not. The world watched in silence, sensing that something vast was approaching. What sets Zeus apart in this moment is not strength alone, it is restraint. He understood that rebellion, fueled only by anger, becomes another version of tyranny. He chose patience instead. He chose preparation. The sky itself seemed to respond to him. Thunder did not yet strike, but it waited. Clouds gathered without bursting. The air felt charged, full of promise and danger. Cronus still sat on his throne, but it no longer fit him. Time was moving forward again, whether he accepted it or not. The Golden Age had ended quietly, not with destruction, but with awakening. Zeus had stepped out of hiding, not with noise, not with violence, but with certainty. The rebellion had begun, not as war, but as balance trying to return. And soon, the world would have to choose who it believed in. War did not arrive suddenly. It did not fall from the sky in a single moment of fire. It crept in slowly, like pressure building beneath the earth. Everyone felt it before it truly began. The Titans felt it in their bones. The Olympians felt it in their breath. Even the world itself seemed to hold still, waiting to see which generation would shape what came next. The Titanomachy was not just a battle for power. It was a conflict between two ways of ruling, one rooted in fear and control, the other still forming, unsure, but driven by the need to correct what had gone wrong. Cronus called his allies first. Many Titans answered out of habit. Loyalty built over ages does not fade easily. Oceanus stayed distant, refusing to choose violence. Others hesitated, watching, remembering how Uranus had fallen. But Cronus still held enough power to stand tall. He believed strength alone would win. He had ruled the world once. He could do it again. Zeus knew better. He did not rush into open battle. He understood that the Olympians were fewer and younger. Strength alone would not be enough. So he searched for those who had been forgotten, buried, or ignored by the old order. Deep beneath the earth, the Cyclopes waited. They were massive, ancient beings, locked away by Uranus long before Cronus' reign. They had been punished for their power, hidden because they frightened the sky itself. Zeus freed them, not with promises, but with action. In return, they gave him something no Titan possessed: thunder, lightning, the raw voice of the sky shaped into a weapon. He also freed the 100-handed ones. Creatures of overwhelming force, bound and forgotten, treated as mistakes by the old gods. They did not care for thrones or titles. They cared for freedom. When Zeus offered that, they stood beside him without hesitation. Alliances formed quietly at first. Hera stood firm, her pride sharpened by years of silence. Poseidon brought the oceans to the Olympians, sighed, waves crashing with purpose instead of chaos. Hades claimed the depths, understanding better than anyone the cost of being unseen. Demeter stood for life itself, refusing to let fear starve the world again. Hestia did not fight directly, but she held the center together, keeping unity alive when anger threatened to tear it apart. When the first blow was struck, the world shook. Mountains cracked, seas rose, the sky burned with light it had never known before. The Titanomachy lasted 10 years, not because either side lacked strength, but because neither could afford to lose. Every battle reshaped the land. Every victory came with loss. Cronus fought like time itself, relentless and heavy. He did not tire, he did not hesitate. Each strike carried the weight of inevitability. To him, this war was survival. He believed that if he fell, everything would collapse with him. Zeus fought differently. He adapted, he learned, he listened. He made mistakes and corrected them. He did not try to control every movement. He trusted his allies to act as they were meant to. This flexibility confused the Titans, who were used to rigid power and clear command. The war was brutal. Oceans boiled. Forests burned. Creatures that had lived quietly for ages were wiped away in moments. Mortals did not yet exist to witness it, but the scars would remain for them to find later. The world was being rewritten through violence. There were moments when the Olympians nearly fell. Cronus' strength was vast, and the Titans' unity, though cracked, was still formidable. Doubt crept in. Anger flared. Zeus felt the pull of fear pressing against his chest, the same fear that had consumed his father. But each time it rose, he remembered why this war existed. Not to replace one tyrant with another, but to end the rule of fear itself. The hundred-handed ones turned the tide. Their strength was overwhelming, their attacks relentless. They hurled mountains like stones. They broke Titan lines that had stood for centuries. The Cyclopes. Lightning split the sky open, striking with precision instead of rage. For the first time, Cronus felt the future closing in. Gaia watched with heavy silence. This war was her fault as much as anyone's. She had created both generations. She had set the cycle in motion. Now she watched as her children tore the world apart in order to decide who would guide it forward. She did not intervene. Some lessons cannot be softened. When Cronus finally fell, it was not a dramatic moment of mercy or reconciliation. It was exhaustion. He was surrounded. His allies were broken or scattered. The weight of time pressed down on him at last. Zeus stood before him, not triumphant, but resolute. There was no joy in his eyes, only certainty. Cronus was defeated. The Titans who had fought beside him were cast into Tartarus, a place deeper than the underworld, sealed away so they could no longer threaten the balance. It was not kindness, it was necessity. Zeus understood that unchecked power, once defeated, must be contained, not destroyed blindly. The war ended, but the world did not celebrate. Smoke hung in the air, land lay shattered. Silence followed violence, heavy and uneasy. The Olympians had won, but victory felt fragile. Power taken through war always demands responsibility afterward. Zeus did not claim the throne immediately. He waited. He looked at what had been lost. He listened to the land. He spoke with his siblings. He understood that ruling a broken world required more than strength. It required restraint, memory, and the willingness to learn from the past. The Titanomachy ended an age. The old order, ruled by fear and denial, was gone. A new one stood uncertainly in its place. The Olympians were now gods not just of nature, but of choice. They would shape the future not simply by existing, but by deciding how to rule. Thunder rolled across the sky, not in anger, but in warning. The war was over. But power had only just begun to reveal its cost. When the war ended, the world did not immediately feel safe. Silence followed the destruction, thick and uncertain. Mountains stood where they had been thrown. Seas pulled back slowly from broken shores. The sky, once torn open by lightning, settled into a watchful calm. The Titanomachy had decided who would rule, but it had not yet decided how the world would live. The Titans were gone. Those who had fought against the Olympians were cast into Tartarus, sealed away beneath layers of stone, shadow, and memory. It was not a place of rage or torture alone. It was containment, a reminder that power, once proven dangerous, must be restrained. Zeus did not destroy the Titans completely. He understood that erasing the past only guarantees its return in another form. Some Titans were spared. Oceanus remained distant and neutral, allowed to keep his domain. Others who had not taken part in the war stepped back into silence, fading from the center of the world. The new order was not built on total punishment. It was built on separation. Zeus stood at the center of it all, but he did not rush to claim dominance. This is where his rule truly began, not with thunder, but with choice. The Olympians gathered, no longer hidden, no longer trapped, no longer fighting for survival. They stood together, changed by war but still bound by blood. Each carried wounds, some visible, others deeply internal. Zeus looked at them not as tools of victory, but as pillars of what came next. The first decision was division. Not division as conflict, but as balance. The cosmos could not be ruled by one hand alone. Uranus had tried, Cronus had tried. Both had failed in different ways. Zeus understood that shared responsibility was the only path forward. Power needed borders. Authority needed limits. The sky became Zeus' domain. Not just the clouds and storms, but order itself. He ruled from above, watching rather than pressing down. Thunder and lightning became symbols of warning, not constant force. The sky would speak when necessary, not endlessly. Poseidon claimed the seas. The oceans were restless, powerful, impossible to cage. They suited him. Waves, storms, earthquakes beneath the water all fell under his command. He ruled with emotion and instinct, less controlled than Zeus, but no less necessary. The sea does not obey quietly. It responds to presence. Hades took the underworld. This was not a punishment. It was a duty no one else wanted. The realm of the dead required order, distance, and fairness. Hades accepted it without protest. He did not seek worship or praise. He ruled below, unseen but essential. Death, like time, needed structure. The land remained shared. Demeter watched over growth and harvest, ensuring life continued despite the scars of war. Hera stood beside Zeus as queen, not as decoration, but as balance. She represented order within relationships, loyalty, and the structure of society. Hestia kept the center, the hearth, the quiet unity that holds families and communities together. Without her, the new order would fracture before it began. This division did not end conflict. It created space. Zeus was named king, but his kingship was not absolute. He listened. He argued. He compromised. At times he commanded. At others he yielded. This flexibility was new. The world itself seemed to test it, pushing boundaries, watching how far the new ruler would go. Zeus learned quickly that ruling was harder than fighting. There were no clear enemies anymore, only consequences. Every decision rippled outward. Every storm ruined crops or saved them. Every judgment pleased some and angered others. Power no longer came from victory, it came from endurance. The Olympians settled on Mount Olympus. High, distant, yet connected to the world below, it was a place of gathering, not isolation. From there, the gods could watch humanity before it even existed. They could see the land heal slowly. They could feel the weight of responsibility settle in. Zeus took his throne with awareness. He remembered Cronus sitting in false certainty. He remembered Uranus ruling through fear. He promised himself he would not repeat either path. Yet promises are easy when the world is quiet. They are tested when desire, anger, and pride return. The new order was not perfect. Poseidon resented the sky's authority. Hades felt forgotten beneath the earth. Hera struggled with loyalty and pride. Old wounds did not vanish simply because a war ended. They shaped the tensions that would follow for ages. But something important had changed. Fear was no longer the foundation of rule. Zeus did not swallow threats. He confronted them. He did not hide the future. He faced it. This alone marked a turning point in the story of the gods. The world began to stabilize. Seasons found rhythm again. The seas calmed, though never completely. The land healed, though scars remained. The sky learned restraint. Order returned, not as control, but as balance. The fall of the Titans was not the end of an era. It was the beginning of responsibility. Zeus looked out over the world he now ruled and understood something deeply uncomfortable. Power does not grant peace. It demands constant attention. The new order would be tested by love, jealousy, pride, and the arrival of mortals who would soon look to the gods for answers. The throne was his, but the cost of sitting on it had only just begun. Being king did not make Zeus lighter, it made him heavier. The sky above him was vast, but the weight of it pressed inward. Every cloud, every storm, every moment of calm carried meaning now. Zeus ruled the sky, but more than that, he ruled choice. And choice is always heavier than force. Zeus was not born into certainty. He was shaped by hiding, by watching from the edges, by learning when to speak and when to stay silent. These lessons followed him onto the throne. Unlike Uranus, who ruled by distance, and Cronus, who ruled by fear, Zeus ruled by attention. He watched everything, sometimes too closely. At his best, Zeus was fair. He listened before judging. He weighed intention alongside action. Justice, to him, was not about punishment alone. It was about restoring balance. When oaths were broken, he responded. When laws were ignored, he intervened. He became the god people would later look to when they wanted fairness, not mercy and not cruelty, but something in between. But fairness has a shadow. Zeus believed deeply in order. Order kept the world from sliding back into chaos. Order had ended the Titan War. Order kept fear from ruling again. Yet order, when held too tightly, begins to resemble control. Zeus struggled with this line more than he liked to admit. He trusted himself to decide where that line was. This trust became one of his greatest strengths and one of his deepest flaws. Zeus was confident. He had to be. Doubt in a king spreads quickly. But confidence can slip into pride without warning. Zeus believed he knew what was best for the world, and often he was right. But belief, when unchallenged, grows dangerous. His leadership was not gentle. When challenged openly, Zeus responded with force. Thunder was not just a weapon, it was a message. Defiance had consequences. He did not enjoy destruction, but he did not shy away from it either. Storms became his language when words failed. Yet inside, he was never fully at peace. Zeus carried the memory of Cronus with him, the fear, the silence, the swallowed future. He constantly measured himself against the king he had overthrown. Every harsh decision raised the same question. Am I protecting the world, or am I repeating him? This question haunted him. It influenced his relationships. It shaped his distance. Zeus did not allow himself softness easily. Vulnerability felt like an opening for fate to strike. He had learned early that love, when exposed, becomes a target. And yet, Zeus loved deeply. His relationships were many and complicated, driven by desire, loneliness, and the constant pull between duty and want. He sought connection in ways that often caused pain. Some of this came from power, some from restlessness, some from an unspoken fear of being alone beneath the endless sky. Hera stood beside him as queen, and their bond was both strong and strained. Zeus respected her strength. He relied on her sense of order, but he also resisted her control. Their marriage became a reflection of the world itself, stable on the surface, turbulent beneath. Zeus' sense of justice extended beyond the gods. When mortals would later arrive, he would watch them closely. sometimes guiding, sometimes punishing. He believed in teaching through consequence. Mercy had its place, but not when it threatened balance. This made him both protector and threat in the eyes of those below. Zeus was not cruel, but he could be ruthless. He punished betrayal harshly. Oaths meant everything to him. A broken promise weakened the structure of the world. When gods or mortals swore by his name and failed, the response was swift. He could forgive mistakes. He could not forgive deliberate dishonor. Still, his rule was not built on fear alone. Unlike Cronus, Zeus allowed dissent. He listened to his siblings. He argued instead of silencing. He accepted disagreement as part of order, not a threat to it. This kept the Olympians together, even when tensions rose. The burden of the sky was not its height. It was its visibility. Zeus could never act unseen. Every decision became myth. Every mistake echoed through generations. He was aware of this, and the awareness weighed heavily on him. Sometimes, he longed for the simplicity of hiding, of watching from a cave instead of ruling from a throne. But that life was gone. Zeus also struggled with fate. The fates existed beyond his control, weaving threads even he could not cut. This troubled him deeply. As king of the gods, accepting limits felt like weakness. Yet he understood that denying them would lead him down the same path as his father. This acceptance was quiet but crucial. Zeus' greatest conflict was internal, between strength and restraint, between desire and duty, between the sky's vast freedom and the responsibility of holding it steady. He did not always succeed. He made choices driven by pride. He caused suffering through carelessness. He underestimated the impact of his actions. These failures became stories, warnings wrapped in myth. Zeus learned, but learning did not erase damage already done. And yet, the world endured. Under his rule, chaos did not return. The cosmos remained divided, balanced, alive. This was his greatest achievement. Not perfection, but continuity. Zeus was not a god of peace. He was a god of balance, and balance is never comfortable. As king, he stood beneath the sky he ruled, fully aware that it could fall if he failed to hold it. The throne did not make him invincible, it made him accountable. The burden of the sky was his to carry, and every storm that followed would remind him why. Hera was never just a queen. She did not step into power because she married Zeus. She carried power long before the throne existed. Her presence was steady, unyielding, and deeply rooted in order. While Zeus ruled the sky, Hera ruled the space between people. Marriage, loyalty, promise, structure. These were not soft ideas to her. They were the bones that held the world upright. But bones can break quietly. Hera had seen fear before. She had lived inside it, swallowed by her own father, trapped in darkness. She learned endurance long before she learned authority. That experience shaped her deeply. It taught her patience. It taught her pride. And it taught her that survival often requires silence. When Zeus freed her and her siblings, Hera did not rush toward gratitude. She carried memory with her. She remembered what it meant to be powerless. She remembered what it meant to be reduced to an object of fear. These memories stayed with her when the new order was formed. As queen, Hera believed in stability above all else. The throne was not a prize, it was a responsibility. Marriage was not romance. It was a bond that held the world together. Hera took her role seriously, not because she enjoyed control, but because she feared what would happen without it. Zeus admired this strength. He respected her intelligence. He relied on her sense of order. Hera stood beside him not as a shadow, but as a pillar. When the Olympians gathered, her voice carried weight. When disputes arose, she understood the cost of imbalance better than anyone. But admiration is not the same as understanding. Zeus was restless. The sky cannot stay still, and neither could he. His desires moved freely, crossing boundaries Hera held sacred. Each betrayal struck not only her heart, but her identity. To Hera, infidelity was not personal alone. It was an attack on order itself. And yet, she stayed. This is often misunderstood. Hera did not remain because she was weak. She remained because leaving would fracture the structure she believed the world needed. The Queen of the Gods could not abandon marriage without undermining everything she stood for. Her loyalty became both her strength and her cage. Jealousy grew quietly. It was not shallow envy, it was grief turned inward. Each time Zeus chose desire over devotion, Hera felt the old wound reopen. She could not strike him directly. The balance of power did not allow it. Instead, her anger found other paths. This is where Hera's reputation darkened. She punished those involved in Zeus, betrayals, mortals, nymphs, even divine children born from these unions. To outsiders, this looked cruel, unfair, but within Hera's mind, it was an attempt to restore balance. Someone had to pay for broken vows. If not the king, then those who benefited from his disregard. This did not bring her peace. Punishment never healed the wound. It only kept it visible. Hera's pride prevented her from expressing vulnerability. She would not beg for loyalty. She would not compete for affection. To do so would diminish her role. She chose dignity, even when it cost her deeply. Her suffering was quiet. Unlike Zeus' storms, Hera's pain did not shake the sky. It settled into silence. It hardened her. Over time, that hardness became part of her image. Stern, unforgiving, cold, but beneath it was a queen carrying the impossible task of holding together a marriage that mirrored the instability of the gods themselves. Hera loved Zeus. This truth complicates everything. Her anger came from love betrayed, not hatred. Her loyalty came from belief, not fear. She wanted Zeus to be the king he promised to be. Every betrayal felt like watching the world slip closer to chaos again. And yet Hera was not powerless. She influenced decisions subtly. She shaped alliances. She protected those who honored vows. She rewarded loyalty fiercely. Those who earned her favor found a steadfast ally. Hera did not forget kindness. She did not forgive betrayal easily, but she remembered devotion forever. Her role extended beyond marriage. She watched over childbirth, not because it was gentle, but because it was dangerous. Bringing life into the world mirrored her own experience of loss and endurance. She understood the cost of creation intimately. As queen, Hera represented continuity. She was the reminder that power must be bound by promise, that freedom without structure leads to collapse. Zeus, lightning could enforce order, but Hera's presence defined it. Still, her inner conflict never faded. She questioned herself in silence. Was her loyalty enabling pain? Was her pride worth the suffering it caused? These questions had no easy answers. Hera lived inside contradiction, holding two truths at once. She deserved better, and she would not abandon her role. This tension shaped her actions for ages. When Hera acted harshly, it came from a place of protection twisted by pain. When she withheld mercy, it was often because mercy had been denied to her too many times. Understanding this does not excuse her actions, but it explains them. Hera was not a villain. She was a wound that learned how to stand upright. Her crown was heavy, not with gold, but with expectation. She wore it anyway. She ruled anyway. She stayed anyway. And in doing so, she became one of the most complex figures among the gods, not because she was flawless, but because she carried her flaws without letting them destroy the world she believed in. The queen of the gods did not roar. She endured. And endurance, over time, shapes destiny just as surely as thunder ever could. Poseidon was never meant to be still. Even before the world was divided, before the sky was claimed and the underworld sealed, Poseidon carried movement within him. Restlessness lived in his breath. When he was swallowed by Cronus, it did not quiet him. It sharpened him. Darkness did not teach him patience. It taught him pressure. When he emerged again into the open world, Poseidon did not hesitate. He inhaled deeply, as if claiming space itself, and from that moment on he refused confinement of any kind. The sea chose him as much as he chose the sea. Vast, shifting, impossible to fully control, the oceans reflected Poseidon's nature perfectly. Calm one moment, violent the next. Capable of nourishing life and destroying it without warning. He ruled the waters not as a careful planner, but as a force that responds to emotion. Freedom mattered to Poseidon more than order. Where Zeus sought balance and Hera sought structure, Poseidon sought release. He believed that holding power too tightly caused it to rot. The sea, after all, must move. Stagnant water turns foul. This belief shaped his rule and his conflicts. Poseidon respected Zeus. This is important. Their rivalry did not come from hatred, it came from equality. Poseidon believed he was Zeus, match in strength, just as ancient, just as powerful, just as deserving of authority. The fact that the sky was placed above the sea felt less like fate and more like insult. He accepted the division of the cosmos, but he never fully accepted the hierarchy. The sea bowed to no sky. Storms were Poseidon's language. When calm, his waters carried ships safely, fed coastal lands, and connected distant worlds. When angered, the same waters rose in fury, swallowing cities, shattering fleets, and reshaping shores. To mortals, he would later seem unpredictable. To Poseidon, he was simply honest. The sea does not hide its moods. His temper was legendary. Poseidon felt deeply and reacted quickly. Where Zeus paused to consider consequences, Poseidon often acted first and reflected later. This made him dangerous, but also sincere. There was no deception in his rage. When he was pleased, the world knew. When he was wronged, the world felt it. This intensity defined his relationships. Poseidon loved fiercely and briefly. His bonds were passionate but rarely stable. Like the tides, they rose and fell. He was not cruel by nature, but he was careless with permanence. He struggled to understand why others needed certainty when change felt so natural to him. His rivalry with Zeus flared often. They clashed over territory, authority, and respect. Earthquakes marked Poseidon's anger when he felt dismissed. Zeus answered with thunder when order felt threatened. These conflicts were not wars, but reminders. Each tested the limits of the new order. Yet they never destroyed each other. Some balance held them back. Poseidon understood, on some level, that Zeus carried the burden of the sky for all of them. Zeus understood that the sea could not be ruled through command alone. Their rivalry sharpened them both. It forced compromise, even when neither wanted it. Poseidon also shared tension with Hera. Her insistence on structure clashed with his need for freedom, Where she saw vows and duty, he saw chains. Their disagreements were quiet but constant. Hera viewed Poseidon as unreliable. Poseidon viewed Hera as suffocating. Neither was entirely wrong. Despite this, Poseidon was loyal. When the Olympians were threatened, he stood firm. He had fought beside them in the Titanomachy, and that bond mattered. His loyalty was not expressed through obedience, but through presence. When it truly mattered, the sea answered the call. Poseidon's power extended beyond the oceans. He ruled earthquakes, the deep, rumbling reminder that land itself is never fully stable. Mountains could crack, cities could fall. The ground beneath certainty could shift without warning. This made Poseidon a god not only of water, but of humility. Nothing built by hand was truly permanent. This frightened many. It also kept the world honest. Poseidon did not enjoy destruction for its own sake. He enjoyed release. When pressure built too long, something had to give. In his eyes, this was not cruelty, it was correction. Still, his impulsiveness caused suffering. Ships sank because of prideful words. Lands flooded because of personal slights. Mortals would later curse his name and beg for mercy in the same breath. Poseidon accepted both. Worship and fear felt similar to him. Both acknowledged power. Deep down, Poseidon carried an old wound. Being swallowed by Cronus had left him with a hatred of confinement that never faded. Any boundary felt like the beginning of another prison. This is why he resisted Zeus' authority so strongly. It was not just rivalry, it was memory. The sea remembers everything. Poseidon remembered darkness. He remembered pressure. He remembered waiting without movement. The ocean's endless motion was his answer to that past. As long as the waters moved, he was free. And yet, even he was not completely free. The division of the cosmos limited him. He could not rule the sky. He could not claim the underworld. He could not fully escape order. This frustrated him deeply. At times, it drove his anger further than reason allowed. But over time, Poseidon learned something important. Freedom without restraint becomes isolation. His conflicts pushed others away. His temper cost him trust. Slowly, painfully, he learned that even the sea needs shores. Boundaries do not always exist to imprison. Sometimes they define. This understanding came late and never fully settled. Poseidon remained unpredictable, powerful, dangerous, necessary. The world needed storms as much as it needed calm. It needed tides to clean and renew. It needed reminders that not everything can be held still forever. As lord of the unstable sea, Poseidon stood as a counterbalance to Zeus' sky. Where Zeus watched, Poseidon moved. Where Zeus judged, Poseidon reacted. Together, they held the world between order and freedom. Their rivalry did not weaken the cosmos. It kept it alive. And beneath every calm horizon, Poseidon waited, not plotting, not resting, simply moving as he always had. The sea was never meant to be silent. Neither was he. Hades did not fall. This is the first misunderstanding. He was not cast down, he was not punished, he was not defeated. When the cosmos was divided, Hades chose, and once chosen, he stayed. That choice defined him more than any crown or weapon ever could. While Zeus lifted his eyes to the sky and Poseidon claimed the moving sea, Hades looked downward, not with fear, with acceptance. Someone had to remain. Someone had to hold what others could not bear to face. The underworld was not a reward. It was a responsibility. Hades understood this before the others did. He understood that victory creates consequences, that wars do not end when swords are lowered. The dead do not vanish. Souls need order. Memory needs a place to rest. Without structure, even eternity collapses. So he stayed below. The darkness did not corrupt him, it revealed him. Hades was quiet, but not weak, calm, but not empty. His power was not explosive like Zeus, nor restless like Poseidon's. It was absolute, unmoving. The kind of strength that does not need to announce itself. The underworld reflected this nature. It was not chaos. It was not endless torment. It was a realm of balance, of boundaries, of finality. Souls arrived stripped of titles, crowns, and weapons. Kings stood beside peasants, heroes beside cowards. Death did not judge, it equalized. Hades ruled without spectacle. No thunder, no storms, no dramatic displays. His authority was felt in silence, in rules that never bent, in laws that did not care who you were when you lived. Once crossed, the threshold did not open again easily. This made him feared. Fear often grows where understanding does not. Mortals spoke his name carefully. Gods spoke it rarely. Darkness makes people imagine cruelty. But Hades was not cruel, he was precise. Mercy, when given without balance, becomes injustice. Hades knew this. He did not torture souls. He assigned them. The underworld had many paths. Some led to rest, some to reflection, some to suffering earned through choices made in life. Hades did not invent these outcomes. He maintained them, like a keeper of scales that never tip on emotion. This isolation shaped him. While the other gods lived among worship, conflict, and celebration, Hades existed in distance, rarely invited, rarely consulted, not because he was unimportant, but because others preferred not to think about endings. He carried the weight of inevitability. Loneliness settled into him slowly, not as bitterness, but as quiet resignation. The underworld did not sleep. Souls arrived endlessly. There was always work, always duty. Eternity left little room for companionship. Still, Hades did not abandon his post. He could have risen. He could have demanded more. He did not. Power to him meant consistency. If he left, who would hold the dead? Who would prevent chaos from swallowing memory itself? This sense of duty defined his morality. Hades did not see good and evil the way others did. He saw balance and imbalance, order and decay. His justice was cold but fair. No soul could bribe him. No prayer could sway him once judgment was passed. This made him incorruptible. It also made him distant. His relationship with Zeus was respectful but strained. Zeus ruled through decision and adaptation. Hades ruled through permanence. They rarely clashed openly, but tension lingered. Zeus carried the living world. Hades carried its end. Both burdens were heavy. Neither fully understood the other's weight. With Poseidon, the divide was clearer. Movement versus stillness. Change versus finality. The sea erases. Death preserves. Where Poseidon's storms reshaped the world, Hades' realm remembered everything exactly as it was when life ended. Memory lived below. This is another misunderstanding. The underworld was not empty. It was full of stories, full of voices, full of unfinished thoughts. Hades heard them all, endlessly. He became a keeper of history whether he wanted to or not. This constant presence of souls shaped his compassion. He did not show it openly, but he listened. He remembered. In a realm where nothing could change, acknowledgement mattered. Hades gave that, quietly, consistently. And then, There was Persephone. Her arrival did not soften the underworld. It complicated it. Persephone brought contrast, life, growth, a reminder of what existed above. Their bond was not born of cruelty, as mortals would later whisper, but of recognition. Persephone saw Hades, not as a monster, as a keeper, as someone who endured what others avoided. Through her, seasons were born. Through her absence and return, the world above learned loss and renewal. Hades allowed this balance. He did not cling, he did not forbid. This alone shows his nature. A tyrant would have imprisoned. Hades negotiated. Still, love did not erase his solitude. Even with Persephone, Hades remained bound to his realm. He could not wander Olympus freely. He could not escape duty. His crown was heavier than it appeared. He never rebelled. This is important. Hades never challenged Zeus for the throne, never sought more than what was given. Not because he lacked ambition, but because ambition without responsibility disgusted him. Someone had to accept limits. He accepted them fully. This made him misunderstood, feared, spoken of in hushed tones. Darkness is easier to demonize than examine. But Hades did not resent this. Resentment requires expectation. Hades expected nothing. He did not seek worship. He did not crave praise. He sought order. And order, once established, does not thank its keeper. The god who stayed below did so not out of weakness, but out of strength few could endure. Silence breaks lesser beings. Hades lived within it eternally. And still, the underworld functioned. Souls moved where they must. Balance held. The world above continued because the world below remained stable. That was his victory. Unseen, uncelebrated, essential. When mortals feared death, they feared him. When gods avoided finality, they avoided his realm. Yet when chaos threatened to overflow, when boundaries blurred, when immortality was abused, all paths eventually led below. And Hades was always there, waiting. Not with malice, with duty. Persephone did not belong fully to one world. This is the truth at the heart of her story. She was born of Demeter, shaped by sunlight, soil, and growth. Every step she took caused flowers to rise. Every laugh carried warmth. She was spring before spring had a name. Not fragile, not naive, but untouched by endings. Life had not yet asked her to understand loss. That was why her presence mattered so much. The world above loved her without question. Demeter guarded her fiercely, not out of control, but out of fear. She knew the cost of love in a world ruled by gods. She had seen power consume what it touched. Persephone was her sanctuary, her proof that gentleness could still exist. But balance cannot survive on one side alone. The underworld existed without her. Ordered, silent, complete, and yet incomplete. Hades ruled it with care, but it lacked movement. It lacked change. Death held memory, but life brings motion. Without both, the cosmos leans too far. When Persephone was taken below, mortals would later call it an abduction. Gods would call it fate. The truth lives somewhere in between, shaped by forces larger than any single will. Hades did not act out of cruelty. He acted out of recognition. He saw in Persephone what his realm lacked, and she, when she crossed the threshold, felt not terror, but shock. Darkness was not pain. It was stillness. The underworld did not devour her. It observed her. Persephone stood among souls and realized something no one had taught her before. Life does not erase death. Death does not erase life. They mirror each other. Each gives the other meaning. Still, Demeter felt only loss. Her grief was immediate and absolute. The earth responded as she did. Crops withered, fields hardened, growth stopped answering prayers. This was not revenge, it was absence. Demeter could not create while her heart was broken. Nature reflected her state without judgment. The gods grew uneasy. Zeus watched mortals starve and understood the danger of imbalance. Rule is not only command, it is correction. For the first time, Olympus was forced to confront what it had ignored: the cost of separation, the need for negotiation between realms. Persephone, meanwhile, was changing. The underworld did not dim her, it refined her. She learned to listen, to see stories in silence, to understand the weight of final choices. Hades did not cage her, he explained. He showed her the structure that kept souls from chaos. And she saw the necessity of it. This is where love began. Not as fire, as recognition. Two beings shaped by responsibility, one rooted in growth, one anchored in endings. Neither complete alone. Persephone did not lose herself below. She expanded, she became something new, a bridge, a living balance. But balance demands sacrifice. The seeds of the pomegranate sealed it. Choice was made, not forced, not accidental. Persephone tasted the fruit and accepted consequence. This matters. She was no longer only Demeter's daughter. She was a queen in her own right. The agreement that followed was not a victory for any single god. It was compromise carved from necessity. Persephone would rise and fall with the year. Time itself would mark her movement. When she returned above, life would awaken. When she descended, the world would rest. Thus, seasons were born. Winter was not punishment, it was mourning. Spring was not reward, it was reunion. Summer was fullness, autumn was preparation. Nature learned rhythm through Persephone's journey. Demeter learned acceptance, not forgiveness, acceptance. She understood that love cannot freeze what must move. Persephone was no longer a child protected from darkness. She was a force that shaped both realms. Demeter's grief softened into respect. The earth healed, but it never forgot. Memory became part of growth. Persephone herself stood changed. She was gentle, but no longer untouched, kind, but unafraid of shadows. She ruled beside Hades, not as a captive, but as an equal. Her presence brought color to the underworld, not brightness, depth. The dead felt seen, not alive again, but acknowledged. Hades changed too. He learned flexibility. He learned that order can breathe. Persephone reminded him that finality does not erase meaning. Together, they created a realm that held both stillness and motion. Olympus watched this balance with mixed feelings. Some feared Persephone's dual nature. Others admired it. She was proof that identity does not need to be singular, that belonging can exist in more than one place. Mortals told her story in simpler words. They spoke of theft, of loss, of return. But the deeper truth remained hidden beneath myth. Persephone was not a victim of fate, she was its answer. Without her movement, the world would tilt too far toward life or death. Excess in either direction destroys balance. Her story teaches something quiet, but essential. Growth requires rest, light requires shadow, love requires letting go, control breaks what trust can guide. Every year, when the earth blooms, Persephone rises. Not to escape darkness, but to honor the bond between worlds. Every year, when leaves fall, she returns. not as surrender, but as duty. She walks willingly between realms. That is her power. Not domination, not rebellion, balance. And balance, once established, must be maintained endlessly. Persephone accepts this without complaint. She is neither fully goddess of spring nor fully queen of the dead. She is both. And because of that, the world continues. Life breathes. Death waits. And between them, Persephone walks. Athena did not enter the world gently. Her birth was not wrapped in warmth or song. It came through pressure, through pain that could not be ignored. Zeus felt it first. A headache that grew heavier with each breath. A weight behind the eyes. A force pushing outward, demanding release. This was not the pain of injury. It was the pain of something forming where it did not belong. Zeus had swallowed Metis long before. Metis was wisdom itself, thought before action, strategy before force. Zeus believed that by swallowing her, he would absorb her power and avoid the fate she carried, a child destined to surpass him. It was a familiar fear, an old pattern, control instead of trust. But wisdom does not vanish when consumed. It waits. Inside Zeus, Metis remained alive, thinking, planning. And from that thought, Athena was shaped, not born of a womb, but of the mind. When Hephaestus split Zeus, head open, Athena emerged fully formed, armored, awake, clear-eyed. There was no confusion in her gaze, no need to learn who she was. She already knew. Athena did not cry. She did not stumble. She stood, spear in hand, shield ready, not as a child, but as a presence. The gods fell silent. Power recognizes power. And Athena carried a different kind. Not loud, not explosive, focused. She was born from pain, but she was not shaped by anger. This defined her. Athena understood war, but she did not love it. She understood violence, but she did not chase it. Unlike Ares, whose strength fed on chaos, Athena's strength came from control. She saw battle as a problem to be solved, not a stage to perform on. This made her dangerous. Athena valued preparation over impulse, observation over reaction. She watched before she moved. She listened before she spoke. Her mind mapped outcomes while others argued about pride. Zeus recognized this immediately. He did not fear Athena. He respected her. She was proof that intelligence could exist alongside power without threatening it. She did not seek the throne. She sought order. Not rigid order like Hades, but adaptive order. Systems that could change without breaking. Athena became a guide. Not a ruler, not a conqueror, a counselor. She stood beside heroes and kings, offering insight rather than command. She taught mortals how to build, how to think, how to plan cities, laws, and defenses. Civilization itself leaned toward her influence. Wherever structure replaced chaos, Athena's presence could be felt. Her war was not about blood. It was about necessity. Athena believed that force should only be used when thought had failed. Even then, it must be precise. No wasted movement. No unnecessary suffering. Victory mattered. But how one reached, it mattered more. This put her in constant contrast with Ares. Ares reveled in battle. Athena endured it. Their rivalry was not loud, but deep. Two views of strength standing opposite each other. Passion versus discipline. Noise versus clarity. Athena did not hate Ares. she simply saw him as incomplete. Her calm was not coldness. It was restraint. Athena felt deeply, but she did not allow emotion to command her actions. Pain had taught her something essential. Emotion without direction creates destruction. Thought without feeling creates cruelty. Balance between the two creates justice. This balance shaped her morality. Athena rewarded cleverness, but not deception for its own sake. She valued courage, but not recklessness. When mortals showed humility alongside skill, she favored them. When they showed pride without wisdom, she withdrew. Her punishments were never random. They were lessons. Athena did not crush ego to satisfy herself. She corrected it to restore balance. Many who crossed her believed they were punished for ambition. In truth, they were punished for ignoring consequence. She carried no jealousy. Unlike Hera, Athena did not measure herself against others. Unlike Aphrodite, she did not seek validation through desire. Her sense of self was complete. She did not need reflection, she needed purpose. This independence made her solitary. Athena did not marry. She did not bind herself to another god, not because she rejected love, but because she understood commitment requires shared rhythm. Few could match her pace of thought, her discipline, her patience. Rather than force connection, she chose solitude. Still, she was not distant. Athena walked among mortals often. She disguised herself, observed quietly, tested minds rather than strength. When she intervened, it was subtle, a suggestion, a warning, a moment of clarity in chaos. Heroes like Odysseus understood her best, not because they were the strongest, but because they listened. Athena valued adaptability, the ability to change plans without losing direction. Intelligence is not knowing everything. It is knowing when to shift. This is why she endured. Gods rose and fell in favor. Athena remained, not through dominance, but through relevance. War changed. Cities grew. Laws evolved. Athena adapted without losing herself. Her strength did not age. Pain shaped her birth, but it did not define her future. Instead, it sharpened her awareness. She knew that force without thought destroys itself. She knew that intelligence without compassion becomes tyranny. Athena held the line between these extremes. She was not soft. She was not cruel. She was exact. When Zeus faltered, Athena steadied him. When Olympus argued, Athena clarified. When mortals stood on the edge of ruin, Athena offered a way through rather than a way out. She never demanded worship. She earned respect. And respect lasts longer than fear. Athena stands as proof that strength does not have to roar, that leadership does not require dominance, that wisdom, once earned, does not need to prove itself. Born from pain, forged in thought, sustained by balance, Athena remains. Apollo was born into light, but light never made him simple. From the moment he entered the world, clarity followed him. Yet clarity does not mean kindness, and brightness does not guarantee warmth. Apollo represented order, rhythm, and truth, but those qualities often came with distance rather than comfort. He was the son of Zeus and Leto, born on Delos after long wandering and rejection. Even his birth carried a lesson. Light often arrives after suffering, not before it. Leto endured fear, isolation, and pursuit before Apollo ever breathed. That memory stayed with him, quietly shaping his understanding of the world. Apollo grew quickly, not only in form, but in presence. He did not need time to discover himself. Music flowed through him naturally. as if sound itself waited for his touch. When he played the lyre, harmony settled into the air, chaos softened. Even the gods paused. Apollo did not demand attention. Attention arrived on its own. Music was not his escape, it was his structure. Through melody, Apollo understood balance. Notes mattered only in relation to one another. Too much force broke harmony. Too little left emptiness. This way of thinking guided everything he did. Healing, prophecy, art, and law all followed the same principle. Order created peace, but order required limits. Apollo became the god of prophecy not because he chased the future, but because he listened. He heard patterns others ignored. Time spoke to him in fragments, not commands. The oracle at Delphi did not shout truths, it whispered riddles. Apollo believed knowledge without effort weakened the mind. Those who sought answers had to work to understand them. This belief shaped his morality. Apollo did not lie, but he did not simplify truth to make it gentle. He believed clarity mattered more than comfort. When mortals misunderstood prophecy and destroyed themselves through misinterpretation, Apollo did not intervene to correct them. He saw their downfall as consequence, not cruelty. This is where shadow entered. Apollo's light revealed, but it also exposed. Not everyone was ready to see themselves clearly. Pride collapsed under reflection. Ambition shattered when faced with limits. Apollo did not soften his gaze for wounded egos. His punishments were quiet. Not thunder, not storms. Silence, distance, withdrawal of favor. When Apollo turned away, creativity dried. Inspiration vanished. Healing failed. The absence of light hurt more than open violence. Healing was another paradox within him. Apollo cured illness, eased suffering, and guided physicians. He understood the body as rhythm, as balance disrupted. Yet he also sent plagues when order was violated. This contradiction disturbed mortals, but Apollo did not see it that way. Disease and healing were two sides of correction. One removed imbalance through pain. The other restored balance through care. Neither was personal. Apollo valued discipline. Those who honored craft, patience, and self-control found him generous. Those who challenged him out of pride found him distant or severe. He did not tolerate mockery of skill or dismissal of effort. Talent, to Apollo, carried responsibility. To waste it or misuse it was a form of disrespect. This is why his cruelty felt quiet but precise. When Marsyas challenged him in music, Apollo did not rage. He accepted. He won. And then he punished. Not because he hated Marsyas, but because arrogance demanded correction. Apollo believed that unchecked pride threatened harmony itself. His response was extreme, but in his mind, necessary. Apollo did not enjoy suffering. He accepted it. His relationships reflected this distance. Apollo loved, but his love was often unbalanced. He reached for beauty, for potential, for brilliance, but struggled to remain once reality complicated ideal. Those he loved often fled, transformed, or suffered. Not because Apollo intended harm, but because his expectations were shaped by perfection. He loved the idea of harmony more than the mess of attachment. This made him lonely. Surrounded by worship, admired by mortals, respected by gods, Apollo still remained apart. His clarity isolated him. He saw flaws too easily. He understood outcomes too clearly. Hope requires some blindness. Apollo rarely allowed himself that comfort. His rivalry with Artemis did not exist, but contrast did. Where Apollo represented civilization, art, and structure, Artemis represented instinct, wilderness and independence. They complemented each other without overlap. Apollo refined, Artemis protected. Together they formed a balance between control and freedom. Apollo's pride was his weakness. Not loud pride, quiet certainty. He believed deeply in order, and this belief sometimes hardened into rigidity. When challenged, he did not bend easily. He trusted his vision, too much at times. This made him slow to admit fault, even when fault existed. Yet he was not blind to suffering. Apollo felt guilt. It arrived late, but it arrived. When his actions led to unintended destruction, reflection followed. He did not erase mistakes. He carried them. His silence after tragedy was not indifference. It was weight. Unlike gods driven by emotion, Apollo was driven by standards. This made him predictable, but also unforgiving. Over time, mortals learned to approach him carefully, not with desperation, but with preparation, not with demand, but with humility. Apollo did not answer every prayer. He answered those aligned with balance. Light, to him, was not warmth alone. It was exposure. And exposure can heal or burn depending on what it touches. Apollo stands as a warning wrapped in beauty. Intelligence without humility becomes cruelty. Order without compassion becomes oppression. Truth without care becomes weaponized clarity. Yet without Apollo, chaos would sing without rhythm. Medicine would lack direction. Art would drift without form. Prophecy would dissolve into noise. He holds the line between illumination and blindness, between healing and harm, between pride and purpose. Apollo does not apologize for who he is. He refines. And refinement always cuts away something. Artemis chose distance before the world learned to name it. From the moment she understood herself, she knew that closeness often demands surrender, and surrender was something she would never offer. She was born beside Apollo, equal in origin but opposite in rhythm, and while her brother moved toward cities, song, and structure, Artemis turned her face toward trees, mountains, and silence. She did not reject the world. She stepped aside from it. Artemis asked Zeus for freedom before she asked for power. This detail matters. She did not want dominion over others. She wanted dominion over herself. Eternal youth, untamed lands, companions who chose her path willingly, and the right to remain untouched by expectation. Zeus agreed, perhaps because he did not yet understand how radical this request truly was. Artemis became the goddess of the wild not because she ruled it, but because she belonged to it. Forests did not bow to her, they recognized her. Animals did not fear her. They trusted her presence. She hunted, but she did not slaughter. Her arrows were precise, never wasteful, never cruel. Death, when it came through Artemis, was swift and necessary, not indulgent. Her wilderness was not chaos. It was balance without walls. Artemis surrounded herself with nymphs, not as servants, but as sisters. This was chosen kinship, built on shared values rather than obligation. In a world where gods often ruled through dominance, Artemis created a space of mutual respect. Loyalty was not demanded. It was earned through choice. She protected this sisterhood fiercely. To violate Artemis' circle was to misunderstand her entirely. She did not warn loudly. She did not threaten. Boundaries existed, clear and absolute. Those who crossed them learned quickly that quiet does not mean weak. This is where her reputation for revenge was born. Artemis did not seek vengeance out of spite. She responded to disrespect with correction. When mortals treated her body, her space, or her companions as objects, she answered with consequences shaped by the offense itself. Her punishments were symbolic. They reflected the crime back onto the offender until understanding arrived, often too late. She valued consent long before mortals understood the word. Artemis did not offer herself to love, not because she feared it, but because she refused to let desire define her path. Love, in her eyes, was not evil, but it was binding. It pulls, it redirects. Artemis chose a path that moved only forward, without compromise. This did not make her cold. It made her clear. She cared deeply for the vulnerable, especially young women caught between expectation and autonomy. Artemis protected maidens not as fragile beings, but as individuals whose futures should remain their own. She stood between them and a world eager to claim, shape, or consume them. Her justice was personal, not political, not distant. When Actaeons saw her without consent, the punishment was not simply cruelty, it was transformation into the thing he had been, a hunter who no longer controlled the gaze. Power reversed, perspective destroyed. Artemis did not need to shout her lesson. The act itself carried meaning. Yet Artemis was not without softness. She loved fiercely, even if she did not love romantically. Her bond with Apollo was deep, layered, and unspoken. They did not intrude on each other's realms, but they understood each other's silences. When Artemis struck in anger and later felt grief, Apollo felt it too. When Apollo's pride wounded him, Artemis did not console with words. She stood beside him until balance returned. Their twinship was not symmetry. It was contrast held together. Artemis' connection to the moon reflected her nature. The moon does not demand attention. It does not blind. It illuminates enough to guide without exposing everything. Artemis preferred half-light, spaces where things could exist without being fully revealed. Mystery was not deception to her, it was protection. She despised arrogance, not loud arrogance, but entitlement. Those who believed nature existed to be conquered, women existed to be claimed, or power existed to be taken without consent, drew her attention quickly. Artemis did not debate such minds, she acted. Still, she was not merciless. Those who showed humility, who respected boundaries, who approached the wild with care rather than conquest, found Artemis generous. She guided lost travelers, protected the hunted, watched over births and transitions. The same hands that delivered death could also safeguard life. This duality confused mortals. They wanted gods to be simple. Artemis refused simplicity. Her wilderness was not escape. It was truth without ornament. In the wild, masks fall. Strength reveals itself honestly. Fear becomes visible. Artemis thrived in this honesty. Cities, with their lies and performances, held no appeal. Too many rules built to control rather than coexist. Artemis never sought Olympus, approval. She attended councils when balance required it. She withdrew when politics overtook purpose. Her loyalty was not to hierarchy, but to principle. This made her unpredictable to those who measured power by influence alone. Yet her influence was vast. Every untouched forest carried her mark. Every boundary respected in silence echoed her presence. Every woman who chose herself over expectation walked a path Artemis had cleared long before. Her revenge, when it came, was quiet. No speeches, no spectacle. Just consequence. And then withdrawal. Artemis did not linger in the aftermath. She did not savor suffering. Once balance was restored, she vanished back into the trees, leaving the lesson to stand on its own. This is why she endured. Not through worship, but through resonance. Those who valued freedom felt her without naming her. Those who protected boundaries echoed her will unknowingly. Artemis did not need temples filled with voices. She lived in spaces where voices lowered naturally. She remains untouched because she chose to remain so. Not because no one tried, but because she never allowed the world to decide who she should be. Artemis walks her own path. It does not bend. And it does not apologize. Ares was not born to war because he loved strategy or justice. He was born to it because conflict fed something raw inside him that nothing else could satisfy. Where Athena studied battle as a discipline and Apollo shaped order through restraint, Ares stepped into violence as an instinct, something that required no reflection and asked no permission. He did not plan wars. He arrived when they broke out. Ares represented the moment when reason fails and fists rise, the scream before the blade strikes, the rush that drowns out consequence. He was not interested in why a battle began or how it might end. He cared only that it was happening. That blood moved, that fear breathed, that bodies collided without pause. This made him powerful. It also made him shallow. Ares did not lack intelligence, but he rejected it in favor of sensation. Thought slowed him down. Doubt weakened momentum. He believed that hesitation was the true enemy, not the opposing force. In his presence, conflict escalated quickly because he pushed it forward, feeding anger until it could no longer be controlled. The battlefield loved him. Not because he brought victory, but because he brought intensity. Where Ares walked, chaos followed, lines broke, discipline collapsed. The neat structures Athena valued dissolved into noise. War became personal, brutal, immediate. This was his domain. But chaos has a cost. Ares did not protect the innocent. He did not preserve balance. He did not distinguish between courage and cruelty. To him, all action in battle held equal value as long as it was forceful. This made him unreliable to leaders and terrifying to civilians. Armies might summon him in desperation, but they never truly trusted him. Even the gods viewed him with caution. Zeus tolerated Ares, but did not respect him. Power without purpose disgusted the king of Olympus. Athena openly opposed him, not out of hatred, but out of principle. She saw in Ares everything that happens when strength divorces itself from responsibility. Ares resented this, not because he believed them wrong, but because their judgment exposed his emptiness. He wanted admiration, not correction. He wanted fear mistaken for respect. When denied that, his rage intensified, pushing him deeper into the role others expected of him. Violence became his identity. Ares found solace with Aphrodite, not because love softened him, but because desire mirrored his impulsiveness. Their union was passion without foresight, attraction without stability. In her arms, Ares felt seen without being judged. In his presence, Aphrodite tasted danger without commitment. Their bond produced conflict made flesh. Children born of force and desire, shaped by extremes. This pairing revealed something essential about Ares. He was not incapable of connection. He simply could not sustain it without destruction following close behind. Ares never understood peace. Not truly. When wars ended, he grew restless. Stillness felt like suffocation. Without conflict, his purpose evaporated. Other gods could turn inward, create, reflect. Ares had nowhere to place himself when weapons fell silent. Peace exposed his lack of depth. This is why mortals feared him more than they worshipped him. They did not pray to Ares for safety. They prayed for him to stay away. When his name was spoken, it was with dread rather than devotion. He was the god you endured, not the god you trusted. Ares punished without measure. He did not teach lessons, he inflicted pain. When offended, his response exceeded the crime. Rage blurred proportion. Injustice multiplied under his gaze. This made him dangerous even to allies. Those who fought beside him risked becoming collateral the moment emotions surged. Athena defeated him more than once. Not through strength, but through clarity. She outmaneuvered him, exposing the weakness beneath his aggression. Each defeat humiliated Ares deeply, feeding a cycle of resentment. He learned nothing from loss. He only learned to hate more fiercely. This inability to reflect defined him. Ares never paused to ask whether conflict was necessary. He assumed it was. He saw the world as something to be tested through collision. Survival equaled worth. If something broke, it was weak. This worldview justified endless destruction without responsibility. Yet Ares was not evil. This distinction matters. He did not scheme, he did not manipulate, he did not hide intention behind charm or intellect. His violence was honest, transparent. When he struck, everyone knew why. Anger lived on the surface, not buried behind masks. This honesty earned him a strange kind of respect among certain mortals. Those who lived by strength alone saw him as pure. A god who did not lie about what he was. But purity of impulse does not absolve harm, it magnifies it. Ares could not protect what he loved. This was his quiet tragedy. When those close to him suffered, he responded with fury rather than care. He escalated situations instead of resolving them. His presence often worsened the very pain he wanted to erase. Love for Ares became another battlefield, filled with clashes and aftermath. He envied Athena not for her wisdom, but for her control. Control meant choice. Ares had none. Rage chose for him. Violence decided his direction. He mistook surrender to impulse for freedom, never realizing it was a cage built from instinct. The louder the conflict, the smaller his world became. War, through Ares, revealed its ugliest truth. That conflict without purpose consumes everything, including the one who wields it. Ares stands as a warning carved into myth. Strength without thought destroys allies as easily as enemies. Anger without reflection becomes identity. Violence without meaning leaves nothing behind but exhaustion and grief. When battle ends, Ares fades. Not because he is defeated, but because there is nothing left for him to hold on to. Peace offers no role. Healing offers no thrill. Reconstruction demands patience he does not possess. He waits, instead, for the next fracture, the next insult, the next moment when thought gives way to impulse. And when it comes, Ares will be there. Not to guide, not to protect, but to burn. Aphrodite was not born into the world through family or lineage in the way the other gods were. Her arrival was sudden, violent, and deeply symbolic. From the sea foam formed by betrayal and severance, she emerged fully realized, already carrying the force that would bend gods and mortals alike. Desire did not grow into her over time. It existed first, and Aphrodite followed. Beauty was her weapon, but not in the simple sense mortals often imagine. Aphrodite did not merely attract, she destabilized. Her presence shifted priorities, loosened discipline, and exposed longing that had been buried under duty or pride. She did not create desire from nothing. She revealed what was already there, then watched what people chose to do with it. This made her power uniquely dangerous. Unlike war or wisdom, desire does not announce itself as a threat. It feels personal, justified, necessary. Under Aphrodite's influence, gods abandoned reason and mortals abandoned caution. Alliances fractured. Loyalties weakened. Decisions made under her shadow often felt right in the moment and disastrous afterward. Aphrodite herself was not cruel, but she was indifferent to outcome. She did not measure harm the way Athena did, nor did she seek chaos the way Ares did. She valued intensity above stability. To her, a life lived without desire was already a kind of death. If longing led to ruin, that ruin was still proof that the heart had been awake. Her marriage to Hephaestus reflected this contradiction. Bound to a god of craft, patience, and endurance, Aphrodite felt constrained rather than grounded. Hephaestus offered devotion, but devotion without passion felt hollow to her. In Ares, she found fire, recklessness, and physical urgency. Their affair was not subtle, and when exposed, it humiliated Hephaestus and entertained Olympus. Aphrodite did not apologize. Not because she lacked empathy, but because she refused to deny her nature. She believed that suppressing desire corrupted it, turning love into resentment and attraction into bitterness. What others called betrayal, she saw as honesty without restraint. Jealousy, however, revealed her vulnerability. Aphrodite could provoke desire in others, but she could not fully control how it turned back on her. When mortals rejected her influence or when beauty challenged her own, insecurity surfaced quickly. Her punishments in these moments were not measured. They were emotional, reactive, and deeply personal. Those who wounded her pride did not face quiet correction. They faced obsession, heartbreak, or transformation. This is where destruction followed love. Aphrodite did not separate affection from possession as clearly as she believed she did. When denied admiration, she retaliated by ensuring that desire became suffering. Love twisted into fixation. Attraction turned into loss. Through her, mortals learned that longing without balance consumes itself. Yet Aphrodite was not shallow. She understood intimacy deeply, not as romance alone, but as connection. She recognized the human need to be seen, desired, and chosen. Her influence could inspire courage, sacrifice, and profound devotion. Many heroic acts began not with honor, but with love. Aphrodite shaped those beginnings. Her rivalry with Hera was inevitable. Where Hera represented commitment and structure, Aphrodite represented impulse and attraction. Their conflict was not simply jealousy, but ideology. Hera believed love was proven through endurance. Aphrodite believed love was proven through intensity. Neither was entirely wrong. Neither was complete alone. Aphrodite moved quietly through Olympus, rarely commanding, always influencing. She did not need authority. Desire obeys no hierarchy. Kings and peasants fell equally under her gaze. Even gods who mocked her power found themselves bending when longing took hold. She rarely reflected on consequence. That was her flaw. Aphrodite lived in the present emotion, not the future result. She valued authenticity of feeling over responsibility of action. When chaos followed, she did not always understand why others blamed her. Desire, to her, was truth. What people did with that truth was their burden. Still, moments of clarity reached her. She saw the devastation left behind by obsession. She witnessed love rot into control. These moments unsettled her, though she rarely lingered on them. Reflection dulled intensity, and intensity was her lifeblood. Aphrodite's legacy is complex. She taught gods and mortals that love is not gentle by default, that beauty does not promise kindness, that desire can build civilizations and burn them down with equal ease. Through her, the world learned that emotions move history as powerfully as war or wisdom. She remains dangerous because she is honest. Desire does not ask permission. It does not wait for readiness. It arrives, demanding response. Aphrodite embodies that demand. She does not force choices, but she ensures they must be made. And once made, they cannot be undone. Hephaestus entered the world already unwanted, and that rejection shaped everything that followed. Unlike the other gods, whose births were celebrated or feared, his arrival was met with disappointment. Some said Hera bore him alone, a response to Zeus, many betrayals, and when she looked upon her son, she did not see power or beauty. She saw imperfection. She saw weakness. And weakness had no place on Olympus. So she cast him away. The fall was long, and it did not end quickly. Hephaestus did not land gently. His body broke against the earth, and pain became his first teacher. When he finally stopped falling, he was no longer the god he might have been. His legs were damaged, his movement forever altered. The injury was not only physical, it was symbolic. From the beginning, Hephaestus learned that the world does not forgive difference. Exile followed rejection naturally. Removed from Olympus, Hephaestus grew in isolation. There were no crowds to admire him, no divine approval to lean on. There was only fire, stone, and time. And in that space, something unexpected happened. Where other gods expressed power through command or presence, Hephaestus expressed it through creation. He learned to shape what others ignored. Fire did not judge him. Metal did not care about his limp. Stone did not recoil from his scars. These elements responded only to effort, patience, and understanding. Hephaestus poured himself into craft not as escape, but as survival. Creation became the language through which he spoke to a world that had rejected his voice. Pain sharpened his focus. Every strike of the hammer carried intention. Every failure taught him precision. Unlike gods who relied on inherited power, Hephaestus earned his mastery through repetition. His workshop became a place of transformation, not only of materials, but of self. The forge was loud, hot, and unforgiving, yet it was honest. It rewarded skill, not appearance. This honesty shaped his character. Hephaestus did not boast. He did not rush. He did not seek attention. His pride lived in what he made, not in how he was seen. When his creations reached Olympus, they spoke for him. Weapons that never dulled, armor that held against impossible force, thrones that moved on their own. Even the gods who mocked him relied on his work. Still, respect did not erase rejection. When Hephaestus returned to Olympus, it was not through invitation, but necessity. The gods needed what he could create, and so they tolerated his presence. Hera, who had cast him away, accepted his service without apology. Zeus valued his skill, but never offered warmth. Olympus took his labor easily and gave little in return. This imbalance hardened him. Hephaestus did not become bitter in the way Ares did, nor resentful in the way Hera sometimes became. His bitterness turned inward, becoming endurance rather than rage. He learned to exist without expectation, to work without praise, to love without guarantee. His marriage to Aphrodite revealed this contrast painfully. Bound to the goddess of desire, Hephaestus offered loyalty, patience, and devotion. He believed love could be built like craft, through effort and commitment. Aphrodite saw only confinement. Their union exposed the deepest wound in Hephaestus. He could create wonders for others, but he could not make himself desired. The betrayal with Ares did not surprise him. It confirmed what he already feared. When he exposed their affair, it was not out of jealousy alone, but out of exhaustion. He wanted truth acknowledged. He wanted pain recognized. Olympus laughed instead. Even in humiliation, Hephaestus endured. He did not destroy. He did not retaliate violently. He withdrew further into his work, where control still existed. Creation became his refuge again. Hephaestus' intelligence differed from Athena's. Where she planned outcomes, he solved problems. Where she worked in theory, he worked in reality. His mind lived in systems, mechanisms, and process. This made him invaluable. It also made him invisible. Gods celebrated results, not labor. Yet Hephaestus never stopped. He forged Achilles, armor knowing it would not save him forever. He created chains strong enough to bind gods, though he rarely used them. His work carried an understanding others lacked. Everything breaks eventually. Craft does not grant immortality. It grants purpose while time allows. This realism grounded him. He did not believe in perfection. He believed in improvement. Each flaw revealed where strength could grow. His own body taught him this daily. Pain reminded him that survival requires adaptation. Instead of rejecting pain, he integrated it. Hephaestus did not seek worship. He understood mortals better than most gods because he shared their struggle. Effort, injury, repetition, and quiet perseverance defined human life, and Hephaestus embodied these traits. Craftsmen prayed to him not for miracles, but for steady hands and clear minds. His endurance was silent but profound. He did not reshape the world through dominance. He shaped it through tools. Civilization advanced on his anvil. Weapons, yes, but also plows, locks, buildings, and bridges. He made progress possible, even when progress led to suffering. That contradiction weighed on him, but he did not deny it. Fire, to Hephaestus, was neither good nor evil. It was potential. Used with care, it built. Used without thought, it destroyed. This philosophy extended beyond craft. He judged actions not by intention alone, but by consequence. This set him apart from gods who acted first and reflected later. Despite everything, Hephaestus did not abandon Olympus. He stayed, not because he was accepted, but because his work mattered. Endurance became his quiet rebellion. Every creation was proof that rejection did not erase worth. That damage did not negate contribution. Hephaestus stands as a reminder the myths rarely celebrate openly. That strength can be slow. That value does not require admiration. That survival itself can be an act of defiance. He was cast out. He was broken. And still he built the world the gods depended on. Hermes was born already in motion, and stillness never truly accepted him. From his first moments, he showed a restlessness that did not come from dissatisfaction, but from curiosity. Where other gods settled into domains and identities, Hermes slipped between them, never fully contained by a single role. He was not confused about who he was. He simply refused to be only one thing. He was the son of Zeus and Maia, born in secrecy rather than spectacle. There was no thunder, no proclamation, no immediate expectation placed upon him. This absence of pressure gave Hermes freedom early, and freedom shaped his intelligence. He learned the world not through instruction, but through observation, movement, and experiment. Even as an infant, Hermes crossed boundaries. He stole Apollo's cattle, not out of hunger or malice, but out of curiosity and play. The act was bold, clever, and absurd, and when confronted, Hermes did not deny it with fear. He reframed it. He negotiated. He offered compensation. He turned conflict into exchange. This moment defined him more clearly than any title ever would. Hermes understood something most gods ignored. Rules exist, but interpretation shapes reality. He did not see laws as sacred objects. He saw them as tools meant to guide behavior, not suffocate it. This made him dangerous to rigid systems and invaluable to flexible ones. Zeus recognized this quickly. Rather than punish Hermes' cleverness, he elevated it, turning the trickster into a messenger. Messages require trust. And Hermes knew how to carry truth without breaking it. As messenger of the gods, Hermes moved freely between Olympus, the mortal world, and the underworld. He spoke to kings and thieves with equal ease. He adjusted tone, language, and posture without losing himself. Communication to Hermes was not about honesty alone. It was about timing, context, and delivery. This is where lies entered his domain. Hermes did not lie because he loved deception. He lied because truth, delivered poorly, can be more destructive than silence. He understood that information carries weight, and weight must be handled carefully. A message delivered too early or too bluntly could shatter balance. Hermes chose flexibility over purity. This moral gray unsettled other gods. Apollo valued clarity. Athena valued structure. Hera valued order. Hermes valued movement. He believed stagnation was the true enemy, not dishonesty. When systems froze, he disrupted them. When authority hardened into tyranny, he slipped through cracks and loosened it. Humor was his shield. Laughter disarmed suspicion. Playfulness lowered defenses. Hermes rarely confronted power directly. He sidestepped it, mocked it gently, or reframed it until rigidity collapsed under its own weight. This made him difficult to punish. How do you sentence someone who never stands still long enough to be defined? Hermes became a bridge. Not a ruler, not a judge. A connector. He guided souls to the underworld, not with solemnity, but with reassurance. Death frightened mortals because it felt like an ending. Hermes treated it as a transition. He walked beside souls as they crossed thresholds, easing fear with familiarity. In this role, he complemented Hades perfectly. Where Hades maintained structure, Hermes ensured passage. Movement was sacred to him. Roads, travelers, merchants, and thieves all fell under his protection, not because they were virtuous, but because they existed between places. Hermes understood liminal spaces better than any god. Borders, crossroads, negotiations, and exchanges were where the world truly changed. He did not judge those who survived through cleverness. He understood them. This empathy made Hermes deeply human. He saw mortals not as pawns or worshippers, but as thinkers navigating unfair systems. He admired adaptability. Those who could read a situation, change approach, and still retain their identity earned his favor. Those who clung rigidly to pride often fell behind. Hermes' loyalty to Zeus was real, but not blind. He served Olympus, but not at the cost of his independence. When commands conflicted with balance, Hermes adjusted execution rather than refusing outright. He believed obedience without thought created catastrophe. Zeus tolerated this because results mattered more than process. Hermes rarely sought credit. He moved information, influence, and opportunity quietly. When peace was brokered, his fingerprints were often invisible. When conflict was avoided, No monument marked his intervention. This anonymity suited him. Recognition slows movement. Hermes preferred flow. His relationships reflected this nature. He connected easily but rarely settled. Bonds formed quickly, intensely, and then shifted. Hermes did not abandon people cruelly. He simply moved forward. To him, attachment was not possession. It was shared direction for a time. This made him seem unreliable to some. But unreliability implies broken promises. Hermes did not promise permanence. He promised presence while paths aligned. Once they diverged, he did not pretend otherwise. Honesty, for Hermes, lived in intention rather than duration. Even his morality refused simplicity. Hermes could guide a hero and deceive a tyrant in the same breath. He could protect travelers and empower thieves. This inconsistency disturbed those who believed gods should embody singular virtues. Hermes embodied reality instead. Reality is inconsistent. This made him essential. Without Hermes, systems would ossify, communication would harden into command, boundaries would become prisons. Hermes kept circulation alive. Ideas moved because he allowed them to. Trade existed because he protected it. Change remained possible because he refused to stand still. He did not fear contradiction. He lived inside it. Hermes never sought dominion. Power interested him only insofar as it moved. Stagnant power bored him. Absolute power disgusted him. He preferred leverage over control, influence over authority, motion over mastery. This is why he endured. Gods fell, domains shifted, worship changed, Hermes adapted. As long as people traveled, spoke, traded, lied, laughed, and crossed boundaries, Hermes remained relevant. He is not good. He is not evil. He is necessary. Hermes stands between worlds not as a judge, but as a guide, reminding gods and mortals alike that movement is life, that meaning shifts with context, and that truth survives best when carried by someone who knows when to run, when to laugh, and when to remain silent. Demeter's power was never loud, but it was absolute. Unlike gods who ruled through command or fear, she ruled through necessity. Every living thing depended on her, whether it acknowledged her or not. Grain rising from soil, fruit swelling on branches, seeds surviving winter beneath frozen ground, all of it answered to Demeter's presence. Life did not ask permission to exist, but it required her consent to continue. She was the earth that gives, and the earth that remembers. Demeter's identity was shaped by motherhood more deeply than any other god. Persephone was not an extension of her power, but the center of her world. In her daughter, Demeter saw continuity, gentleness, and hope untouched by cruelty. She did not guard Persephone because she wanted control. She guarded her because she understood loss. The earth knows erosion long before collapse appears on the surface. When Persephone was taken, Demeter did not react with rage at first. She searched, quietly, relentlessly. She walked the land as a grieving mother, not as a goddess. Fields felt her absence before mortals understood it. Crops faltered. Growth hesitated. The rhythm of seasons slipped off balance as Demeter's focus narrowed to a single point. Grief consumes attention, and attention shapes power. Demeter did not withdraw nourishment out of revenge. She could not give what she no longer held inside herself. Creation requires presence. Care requires connection. With Persephone gone, Demeter's bond to the world fractured. The earth mirrored her state, not as punishment but as truth. Life does not flourish when its source is hollowed by sorrow. The gods underestimated this. They believed balance could be maintained independently of emotion. They believed nature was a mechanism that could be adjusted without addressing its heart. Demeter's grief proved them wrong. Without her consent, the world starved. Hunger spread not as cruelty, but as consequence. Mortals suffered first. Fields dried. Seeds rotted in the soil. Livestock weakened. Famine followed quickly, and with it, desperation. Prayers rose, but Demeter did not answer, not because she did not hear them, but because grief had closed her inward. Sorrow does not negotiate, it consumes. This was Demeter's true power. Not control over growth, but control over continuity. Zeus eventually intervened, not out of compassion alone, but necessity. A world without mortals threatened the order of Olympus itself. Worship faded when hunger consumed survival. Balance demanded resolution, and resolution required acknowledging Demeter's pain rather than dismissing it. The negotiation over Persephone changed everything. Demeter did not demand total restoration. She demanded recognition. Recognition that her loss mattered, that her consent had been violated, that motherhood was not weakness, but foundation. The agreement that allowed Persephone to return part of the year was not a victory. It was a compromise carved from grief. From that compromise, seasons were born. When Persephone returned, Demeter's joy restored the land. Growth surged. Harvests flourished. Life expanded with gratitude. When Persephone descended again, Demeter did not collapse as she once had. She prepared. She allowed the earth to rest, to harden, to sleep beneath cold skies. Winter was not punishment. It was endurance shaped by acceptance. Demeter learned to live with loss without surrendering to it. This evolution deepened her authority. She was no longer only the giver of abundance. She became the guardian of cycles, growth and decay, birth and rest. She taught the world that fertility without pause leads to exhaustion. That hunger, while devastating, reveals dependency. Mortals learned humility through her sorrow. Demeter's grief was not soft. It was instructive. Those who disrespected the earth, who took without offering care in return, felt her withdrawal. She did not strike them down. She simply stopped supporting them. Crops failed. Soil hardened. Nature does not argue with exploitation. It responds by closing itself. This made Demeter feared. But fear was never her aim. She wanted understanding. Demeter's justice was slow, but irreversible once enacted. Unlike Ares' rage or Hera's jealousy, Demeter's anger settled deep and moved outward gradually. Once she withdrew blessing, restoration required change, not apology. This made her justice difficult but fair. Her relationship with Persephone matured. They were no longer mother and child alone. They became partners in balance. Persephone brought perspective from the underworld. Demeter brought memory of growth. Together they shaped a world that could survive loss without collapsing entirely. This partnership softened Demeter without weakening her. She remained stern, protective, unyielding when boundaries were crossed, but she no longer denied the inevitability of separation. Love does not mean possession, it means continuity through change. Demeter's sorrow left scars. She never fully returned to who she was before Persephone's absence. Grief reshapes identity permanently. The earth still blooms, but it remembers winter. Fields still grow, but soil carries the imprint of famine. Memory became part of fertility. This memory grounded her wisdom. Demeter understood that abundance without gratitude becomes waste, that hunger teaches respect, but only if survival follows. Her role was not to make life easy, but to make it possible. She did not seek praise. She accepted offerings because they represented acknowledgement, not worship. Farmers honored her because they understood dependency. Demeter responded not to devotion but to care. The land answers those who listen to it. Among the gods, Demeter remained apart. She did not enjoy politics. She did not chase influence. Her power did not require attention. Olympus depended on her whether it admitted it or not. That independence allowed her to endure without compromise. Demeter stands as the embodiment of sorrow transformed into structure. Grief did not destroy her. It taught her limits. It taught her patience. It taught her that love survives, not through denial of loss, but through adaptation. The earth still grieves every year, and every year it rises again. That is Demeter's gift. Not endless growth, but survival shaped by memory. For a long time, mortals existed at the edges of divine awareness. They were fragile, brief, and easily replaced by the next generation. Gods did not ignore them entirely, but they did not yet invest in them either. Mortals were part of the landscape, like rivers or forests, something shaped by divine action but not central to divine concern. That distance did not last. What changed was not mortal strength, but mortal meaning. Humans felt deeply, remembered intensely, and feared death in ways gods never could. Where gods were eternal and stable, mortals were temporary and volatile. That difference created tension, and tension attracted attention. The gods began to notice that mortals reacted to the world with a kind of urgency that immortality had stripped from Olympus. Mortals lived knowing everything could end. That knowledge shaped them. Gods interfered not because mortals were weak, but because they were unpredictable. A mortal could love fiercely, betray suddenly, sacrifice everything, or defy a god knowing it meant death. This made mortals fascinating and dangerous at the same time. They were not bound by eternity, and therefore not bound by caution. The gods saw in mortals something they had lost: intensity. When Zeus looked down, he saw devotion and rebellion growing side by side. Mortals prayed, not because they understood the gods, but because they needed meaning in a world that could collapse without warning. Zeus accepted this devotion, but he also feared it. Worship gave him authority, yet reliance created responsibility. A king of gods becomes accountable once mortals believe he governs justice. Athena saw potential. In mortals, she recognized learning without memory of past failures. Humans invented strategies, laws, and tools with no guarantee they would survive to see their success. That willingness to build without certainty mirrored wisdom more purely than divine perfection ever could. Athena interfered to guide, but also to observe how thought evolved under pressure. Ares saw opportunity. Mortals fought wars with desperation, not pride. Their violence was raw and inefficient, driven by fear, hunger, and survival rather than honor. Ares encouraged this chaos, not because he cared who won, but because mortal conflict fed his domain. Through humans, war became constant rather than ceremonial. Aphrodite saw reflection. Mortal desire burned brighter because it ended. Love was urgent, beauty was fleeting, loss was permanent. Aphrodite involved herself deeply in human lives because they responded fully to her power. Gods admired beauty. Mortals lived and died for it. That devotion pleased her, even when it destroyed them. Hera saw a threat. Mortals formed families, loyalties, and legacies that sometimes rivaled divine influence. Kings ruled generations. Bloodlines carried memory. Hera interfered to protect structure, but also to remind mortals that order flowed downward from Olympus, not upward from ambition. Demeter saw responsibility. Mortals depended on the land directly. Their survival mirrored her moods more clearly than divine politics ever did. When humans suffered hunger, it reflected imbalance. Demeter did not interfere to control mortals, but to maintain continuity. Without humans to tend fields, the earth itself would suffer neglect. Hades saw honesty. Mortals came to him without masks. In death, titles vanished, power dissolved, only essence remained. Hades interfered rarely, but when he did, it was to preserve balance. Too much divine meddling disrupted the natural flow of souls. Mortals mattered because their deaths shaped the underworld's rhythm. Hermes became the bridge. Mortals needed messages, trade, deception, and guidance. Hermes moved easily between worlds because humans existed between states, between ignorance and knowledge, between fear and courage, between life and death. He interfered because movement itself required it. The gods did not interfere for one reason. They interfered for many. Some sought worship, some sought reflection, some sought distraction from eternity. Mortals filled a gap the gods did not know how to name. Immortality removes urgency. Mortals returned it. But interference always carried cost. When gods stepped into human stories, consequences multiplied. A blessing could become a curse when misunderstood. Guidance could turn into dependency. Favor could spark jealousy among gods themselves. Mortals paid the price most often, but gods were not untouched. Heroes emerged from this tension. Demigods stood at the intersection of divine ambition and human limitation. They were experiments, whether acknowledged or not, proof that gods wanted to see what happened when mortality carried divine weight. Some heroes succeeded. Many broke under expectation. Gods learned through failure. They learned that mortals could not carry divine standards without cracking, that promises made in moments of passion lingered long after gods lost interest, that humans remembered betrayals forever. Mortals learned too. They learned that gods were powerful but inconsistent, that prayers were not contracts, that justice from Olympus followed divine logic, not human fairness. This knowledge bred reverence, fear, and eventually skepticism. Interference reshaped belief. Gods stopped being distant forces and became personalities, flawed, emotional, capable of love and cruelty. Mortals told stories not only to worship gods, but to explain them. Myth became a tool to process divine unpredictability. The gods allowed this. Stories gave them permanence beyond worship. Even when belief weakened, memory endured. A god remembered is a god not fully gone. Mortals became carriers of divine identity through narrative. Yet interference always stopped short of full control. The gods did not want puppets. They wanted reaction. They wanted surprise. Mortals who obeyed blindly bored them. Mortals who resisted fascinated them. Free will made interference worthwhile. This is why punishments were harsh. Not always out of cruelty, but out of boundary enforcement. Mortals needed to know gods existed above them, even as gods relied on mortal attention. This imbalance defined the relationship. Gods interfered because mortals mattered. Not because they were superior, not because they were equal, but because they were necessary. Mortals grounded gods in relevance. Without humans, divine stories would echo only among immortals, unchanged and stagnant. With humans, myths evolved, fractured, and endured. The gods watched mortals grow more complex. Cities rose, laws formed, questions emerged that prayer alone could not answer. This unsettled Olympus. When mortals began seeking meaning beyond gods, divine interference intensified, not to stop progress, but to redirect it. Control disguised as guidance. This pattern repeated endlessly. Mortals would reach upward. Gods would respond. Sometimes with gifts. Sometimes with destruction. Always with consequence. In the end, the gods did not interfere because mortals were weak. They interfered because mortals were becoming strong in ways gods could not predict. And nothing unsettles immortals more than change they did not create. Prometheus was not like the other titans, where they relied on strength, lineage, or fear. He relied on foresight. His name itself carried that meaning, the ability to see what comes before it arrives. This did not make him wise in the gentle sense Athena embodied, but it made him dangerous in a way Zeus would come to understand too late. Prometheus thought ahead, and he cared about consequences in a world where most immortals did not. He saw mortals before they mattered. While the gods still debated whether humans were worth attention, Prometheus observed them closely. He noticed their weakness, but he also noticed their adaptability. Mortals learned quickly. They remembered pain. They passed knowledge through story rather than instinct. Prometheus understood that given time and tools, humans would not remain fragile. This realization shaped his rebellion. Prometheus did not hate the gods. He did not seek their downfall. His defiance was quieter and far more radical. He believed power carried responsibility, and that immortals, precisely because they could not die, were obligated to those who could. This belief placed him fundamentally at odds with Zeus' vision of order, which relied on hierarchy and obedience rather than care. Fire became the turning point. Fire was not just warmth or light, it was transformation. With fire, mortals could cook food, forge tools, harden weapons, and shape their environment instead of submitting to it. Fire shortened the distance between thought and action. It accelerated progress. Zeus understood this instinctively. Fire meant independence. Independence meant fewer prayers born of fear. Zeus withheld it deliberately. Prometheus stole it deliberately. The act itself was simple. The meaning was not. Prometheus did not give mortals fire because they asked for it. He gave it because they needed it to become fully themselves. In doing so, he crossed a boundary Olympus had not written but enforced violently once breached. He altered the balance between divine authority and human potential. Mortals changed quickly. They gathered around flames not just for survival but for community. Stories grew longer. Tools grew sharper. Fear did not disappear, but it transformed into ambition. Fire taught humans that the world could be reshaped, not merely endured. Zeus saw rebellion, not in Prometheus' act alone, but in its outcome. Mortals no longer looked upward with the same helplessness. They began to look outward, and sometimes inward. This shift threatened Zeus' rule more than any Titan ever had. Titans challenged him with force. Prometheus challenged him with progress. Punishment followed. Zeus could not undo the gift. Knowledge, once given, cannot be taken back without destruction. Instead, Zeus chose example. Prometheus was bound to a remote cliff, exposed to endless suffering. Each day an eagle tore at his liver. Each night it healed. Immortality turned punishment into eternity. This was not justice. It was warning. Zeus needed gods and mortals alike to understand that defiance would be met with overwhelming consequence, regardless of motive. Prometheus' foresight did not save him. His compassion did not protect him. His suffering became a symbol carved into the world. Prometheus endured. Not because he enjoyed martyrdom, but because he believed the outcome justified the cost. His foresight had shown him a future where humanity mattered, where growth outpaced fear, where gods could no longer treat mortals as expendable. His pain was the price of that future. This endurance unsettled Olympus. Most gods avoided thinking about Prometheus. His suffering raised uncomfortable questions. If rebellion born of care deserved infinite punishment, what did that say about divine morality? Gods preferred silence. Silence allowed order to continue without reflection. Mortals did not forget him. Prometheus became a symbol of defiance, rooted in sacrifice rather than ambition. He did not seek power for himself. He gave power away. This distinction mattered deeply to humans. In Prometheus, they saw the possibility that resistance could be moral, not merely violent. Fire became sacred, not as an object, but as an inheritance. Humans treated it with respect, fear, and gratitude. They told stories of the Titan who bled so they could live warmer, longer lives. Through these stories, Prometheus outlived his chains. Zeus remained unmoved publicly. Privately, the damage was done. Authority enforced through fear grows brittle. Prometheus had shown that suffering could inspire rather than silence. Zeus tightened control in response, increasing intervention in mortal affairs, reshaping punishment, redefining justice to maintain dominance. This created a paradox. The more Zeus asserted control, the more mortals compared him to Prometheus. One ruled through law and consequence. The other acted through foresight and care. Mortals learned to distinguish power from legitimacy, even if they lacked language for it. Prometheus, defiance, reframed rebellion. It was no longer only about overthrowing kings or gods. It became about resisting limits imposed without consent. Fire represented that resistance. Every flame was a reminder that divine restriction had failed once and could fail again. This terrified Olympus. Gods are eternal, but belief is not. Prometheus had introduced an idea that could not be punished away, that suffering endured for others creates meaning greater than authority. That sacrifice can undermine power more effectively than violence. Eventually, Heracles would free Prometheus. This act symbolized more than rescue. It marked the acknowledgement that eternal punishment for finite rebellion was unsustainable. Zeus allowed it not because he forgave Prometheus, but because time had shifted the balance. Mortals had grown. The warning had served its purpose. Continued suffering risked turning Prometheus into something greater than Zeus could control. Prometheus emerged, changed. Not broken, but sharpened. His foresight remained intact, but it now carried experience. He had paid for the future he envisioned, and that payment gave his vision weight. He did not regret his choice. Regret would imply the suffering outweighed the result. It had not. Prometheus stands apart in divine history, not as a ruler, not as a conqueror, but as proof that defiance guided by foresight can reshape the world without destroying it. His rebellion was quiet, deliberate, and irreversible. Fire still burns, humanity still remembers, and the gods still watch mortals with caution. Because once a titan chose them, and the world never fully returned to obedience after that. Pandora was not created out of love, nor out of necessity. She was created as a response. Where Prometheus, defiance, had opened a future Zeus could no longer control, Pandora was designed to close it again, not by force, but by consequence. She was not meant to destroy humanity outright. She was meant to change it permanently. This distinction mattered. Zeus understood that punishment aimed directly at mortals would only strengthen resentment. Fire had already proven that suffering could inspire unity, rather than submission. Pandora was different. She would not arrive as a threat. She would arrive as a gift, and gifts are accepted willingly. The gods contributed to her creation. Each god added something beautiful, something persuasive: grace, charm, skill, curiosity. Aphrodite shaped her allure. Athena shaped her mind. Hermes shaped her voice and her ability to persuade. Pandora was designed to be admired, trusted, and welcomed. She was not deception in appearance. She was deception in purpose. This made her role crueler than any punishment Zeus had ever devised. Pandora herself was not told the full truth. She was not aware that her existence carried a condition. She knew she was created, but not why. She sensed the weight placed upon her, but not its shape. This ignorance was intentional. A weapon that knows it is a weapon may hesitate. Pandora needed to be genuine. She was given a container. The object itself was unremarkable. It was sealed, heavy with implication rather than menace. Pandora was instructed not to open it. No threat followed the instruction. No explanation accompanied it. The command relied entirely on restraint. Zeus did not forbid out of fear. He forbade out of certainty. Curiosity does not require temptation. It only requires absence of understanding. Pandora lived among mortals, and she observed them closely. She saw their growth, their use of fire, their building of shelter and community. She saw pride forming alongside confidence. Humans were no longer merely surviving. They were becoming. Pandora felt drawn to them not as a goddess among mortals, but as something in between. This mattered deeply. Because when curiosity arose, it did not feel like disobedience. It felt like responsibility. The container existed. It was part of her life. Ignoring it felt unnatural. Pandora did not open it out of recklessness. She opened it out of need to know herself. When the seal broke, the world changed instantly. What escaped was not chaos in physical form. It was condition, sickness, fear, envy, greed, despair. Pain that did not kill immediately but lingered. These were not new emotions, but they were now uncontained. Before Pandora, suffering existed, but it was limited by circumstance. After Pandora, suffering became internal. Humans carried it with them. The release was irreversible. Once suffering became part of the human condition, it could not be returned to a container. The world did not collapse. It complicated. Mortality gained depth. Pain gained memory. Loss gained anticipation. Humans did not simply experience hardship. They expected it. Pandora understood immediately what had happened. Not through punishment, but through silence. The gods did not appear. Zeus did not speak. There was no dramatic judgment. Pandora was left alone with consequence. This was intentional. Zeus wanted the lesson to settle slowly, to weave into human thought rather than shock it. Blame followed naturally. Mortals blamed Pandora because she was visible, because she was new, because it was easier to assign fault to a person than to a system designed by gods. Pandora became a symbol of curiosity framed as weakness. Her name carried accusation. Through her, curiosity itself became suspect. This was unjust. Pandora had done what humans would always do. She sought understanding. The fault did not lie in curiosity. It lay in punishment disguised as gift. But systems of power rarely accept responsibility when symbols can be scapegoated instead. Pandora internalized this blame. She was not cruel. She was not malicious. She carried guilt not because she believed she deserved it, but because the suffering around her demanded explanation. Humans needed a story, and Pandora became it. This burden isolated her more than any divine exile could have. Yet, not everything escaped. At the bottom of the container remained hope. This detail was not mercy in the simple sense. Hope was not meant to erase suffering. It was meant to coexist with it. Zeus did not remove hope because despair without relief leads to collapse, not obedience. Hope ensured continuity. Humans would endure suffering because they believed it could end. Hope was fragile. It did not prevent pain. It did not guarantee justice. It simply allowed humans to continue. This made hope both a gift and a curse. It sustained life, but it also prolonged endurance of conditions that might otherwise provoke rebellion. Pandora held hope unknowingly. She became its carrier. The same figure blamed for suffering also ensured survival. This irony shaped her legacy. Pandora was not destruction, she was transition. She marked the moment humanity shifted from innocence into awareness. After Pandora, humans understood consequence. Actions had weight beyond immediate effect. Choices echoed forward. Curiosity no longer ended at discovery. It continued into responsibility. This awareness separated humans further from gods. Gods acted without consequence to themselves. Humans did not have that luxury. The gods watched carefully. Pandora's effect was successful. Humanity did not overthrow Olympus. Instead, it grew cautious. Fear entered decision-making. Mortals became easier to manage because they hesitated. Hope kept them alive. Fear kept them obedient. Yet something unexpected happened. Humans did not lose curiosity. They learned to balance it. Where Pandora was framed as failure, humans slowly reframed her as warning rather than condemnation. Stories shifted. Some told her as naive, others as brave. Some as victim. Over time, the narrative fractured, and in that fracture, interpretation emerged. Interpretation is dangerous to gods, because interpretation leads to questioning. Pandora's story taught mortals that gods do not always act justly, that punishment can be disguised as benevolence, that commands without explanation are traps. This awareness did not spark immediate rebellion, but it planted skepticism. Pandora lived with the weight of this shift. She did not regain innocence. Once consequence enters the world, it does not leave. She became quieter, more observant. Her curiosity did not vanish. It matured. She understood now that knowledge carries cost, but she also understood that ignorance carries greater ones. Pandora did not ask forgiveness from the gods. She did not expect it. Instead, she remained among mortals, enduring alongside them. In this, she became more human than divine. She experienced loss, guilt, and persistence. Hope did not shield her from pain. It gave her reason to continue despite it. This made Pandora significant. Not as a villain, not as a lesson in obedience, but as proof that change, once released, cannot be contained again. The gods could shape beginnings, but not endings. Pandora proved that consequence reshapes systems more deeply than punishment ever could. Humanity, after Pandora, was not weaker. It was heavier, carrying fear, carrying hope, carrying responsibility, and carrying the knowledge that gods, too, make choices that scar the world. That knowledge never left. When gods chose to mix their blood with mortals, they did not create balance. They created tension. Heroes were never meant to be bridges that united two worlds smoothly. They were fault lines, places where divine ambition and human limitation collided and cracked. Through heroes, gods tested their influence on mortality, and mortals learned the cost of carrying something greater than themselves. Heracles was the clearest example of this burden. Born from Zeus and a mortal woman, Heracles entered the world already marked. Not blessed, not cursed, but exposed. Divine strength lived in his body, but human emotion lived in his mind. This imbalance defined his life. He could overpower monsters, but he could not escape rage, guilt, or grief. His strength solved problems physically while creating them emotionally. Hera understood this before anyone else. Her hatred toward Heracles was not only jealousy, it was principle. Heracles represented Zeus, failure to respect boundaries, and Hera punished that failure through the child rather than the king. This cruelty shaped Heracles' path. Madness was inflicted upon him, not as random suffering, but as controlled collapse. When he killed his own family in that state, the gods watched silently. Punishment followed, but not mercy. Heracles' labors were framed as redemption, yet they were not designed to heal him. They were designed to use him. Each task pushed him further into legend while distancing him from humanity. Monsters fell, kingdoms were cleansed, order was restored. Heracles survived, but survival is not the same as recovery. Through Heracles, mortals learned that divine blood does not protect from consequence, it amplifies it. Perseus carried a different weight. Where Heracles was driven by force, Perseus was shaped by guidance. Athena and Hermes intervened directly, equipping him not just with weapons, but with restraint. Perseus' challenge was not rage, but fear. He was sent to face Medusa, a creature born from divine cruelty and mortal vulnerability intertwined. Perseus succeeded because he listened. He did not look directly, he trusted reflection. This mattered. Perseus showed that divine favor did not always mean domination. It could mean instruction. Where Heracles fought through endurance, Perseus navigated through caution. Both were heroic. Both paid prices. Medusa's death revealed another truth. Heroes often clean up the messes gods refuse to acknowledge. Medusa was not born a monster. She was made one. Perseus, victory restored balance outwardly, but it did not erase injustice. Heroes fix outcomes, not causes. This is the tragedy of divine blood. Heroes are tools of resolution, not reform. They stand between gods and mortals, absorbing consequences meant for both. They are praised publicly and burdened privately. Their victories become stories. Their suffering becomes footnotes. Gods rewarded heroes unevenly. Some were granted immortality, others were abandoned once usefulness ended. Heracles was eventually welcomed into Olympus, but only after death stripped him of mortal instability. Perseus faded into lineage, remembered through descendants rather than divine status. This inconsistency confused mortals. What did heroism guarantee? Honor. Survival? Reward? The answer was never clear. Heroes learned that divine approval was conditional and temporary. Mortals watching learned that greatness did not ensure protection. Heroes were admired, but also feared. They disrupted normal order, they attracted divine attention, cities prospered around them and suffered after them. A hero's presence invited monsters, wars, and divine tests. Safety followed ordinary lives, not legendary ones. Yet mortals still reached for heroism. Because divine blood symbolized possibility, it suggested that humans were not fixed, that mortality was not the final limit. Heroes proved that humans could challenge fate, even if they could not escape it. This illusion mattered. Gods tolerated heroes because they reinforced hierarchy while appearing to challenge it. Heroes depended on divine origin. Their greatness validated divine supremacy. Even rebellion was framed as exceptional rather than accessible. But heroes changed something quietly. They humanized gods. Through heroes, mortals saw divine flaws reflected back at Olympus. Zeus' desire created suffering. Hera's pride fueled cruelty. Athena's guidance carried bias. Gods were no longer abstract forces. They were parents, rivals, manipulators. Heroes carried that awareness. They lived knowing their power came from gods who could abandon them. This knowledge hardened them. It also isolated them. Heroes rarely belonged fully among mortals or gods. They were always passing through. Heracles embodied this isolation most clearly. Feared by enemies, used by kings, controlled by gods, loved by few. His strength solved problems others could not, but it prevented him from resting. When his labors ended, he had no place to return to. Immortality was not reward, it was relocation. Perseus fared better, but not without loss. His victories stabilized kingdoms, but they also ended innocence. Once monsters are slain, humans face each other instead. Heroes remove external threats, revealing internal ones. Peace after heroism is rarely peaceful. Divine blood does not create harmony. It creates momentum. Heroes push history forward violently. They accelerate change. Gods use them to reshape landscapes and narratives without descending themselves. Mortals pay the aftermath. This is why heroes are remembered. Not because they saved the world, but because they marked transitions, before and after, innocence and awareness, safety and consequence. The line between gods and men did not blur because of heroes. It sharpened. Heroes proved that humans could touch the divine and survive, but never without damage. They also proved that gods could create greatness without responsibility. That gap defined future myths. Heroes are not bridges, they are scars. Visible reminders of contact between worlds that were never meant to merge cleanly. Through them, mortals learned both ambition and caution. To reach upward is possible. To remain whole afterward is not guaranteed. Divine blood grants power. It also demands payment. And the price is always human. Before Olympus had shape, before kingship and rebellion, before gods learned to name themselves, there was order without mercy. Not justice, not intention, simply sequence, cause following cause without emotion or preference. This force did not ask who deserved what. It only ensured that what began would end, and that every choice would leave a trace behind it. The gods later called this force fate, but the name did not grant them control over it. The fates existed outside divine hierarchy. They were not rulers, yet even kings hesitated before them. They were not creators, yet nothing unfolded without their awareness. Clotho spun the thread of life, Lachesis measured its length, and Atropos cut it when the time came. This was not symbolism for mortals alone. Even gods lived under this structure, though they pretended otherwise. Zeus ruled Olympus, but Zeus did not rule the thread. This distinction haunted him. Gods often spoke of destiny as if it were flexible, something to bend through power or cleverness. In truth, what they bent were outcomes, not endings. They could delay, they could redirect, they could complicate. They could not erase what had already been woven. The fates did not argue. They did not punish. They did not explain. Their silence made them terrifying. When mortals prayed, gods answered selectively. When gods questioned fate, they received nothing. No sign, no reassurance, only continuation. This imbalance reminded Olympus that eternity does not equal authority. Gods may live forever, but forever still moves forward. The fates were not cruel. They were indifferent. Cruelty requires intention. Fate required only momentum. This made suffering harder to bear. Pain caused by anger can be confronted. Pain caused by structure cannot. Mortals accepted this more readily than gods did. Mortals expected limitation. Gods resisted it. This resistance shaped divine behavior. Zeus interfered constantly in mortal affairs, not only out of control, but out of anxiety. Each intervention was an attempt to assert relevance in a system that did not need him. The more Zeus imposed order, the more visible his limits became. Fate unfolded regardless of command. Hera understood this quietly. Her devotion to structure was not just about loyalty or marriage, it was about containment. If fate could not be stopped, it could be organized. Families, vows, laws, inheritance. These were human attempts to impose pattern on chaos, mirroring Hera's divine instinct. She did not fight fate, she built within it. Athena studied fate. She treated destiny as a problem to be understood rather than resisted. Strategy mattered because it delayed collapse. Wisdom mattered because it reduced waste. Athena knew outcomes were fixed, but paths were not. This distinction allowed her to act without illusion. Ares rejected fate. He lived in the moment of violence, where consequence felt distant and abstract. War blurred destiny because death arrived early and often. Ares did not fear fate. He ignored it. This made him predictable, and therefore limited. Apollo sensed fate. Through prophecy, he glimpsed fragments of what would come. This burdened him. Knowledge without control corrodes certainty. Apollo delivered truths he could not change, watching mortals struggle against futures already unfolding. His cruelty sometimes emerged from this frustration. Foreknowledge without agency is its own punishment. The gods learned this lesson repeatedly. Attempts to escape destiny always tightened its grip. When mortals tried to avoid prophecy, they fulfilled it. When gods tried to intervene, they accelerated it. Fate did not punish resistance. It absorbed it. This was its power. The fates did not need to defend themselves. Every action taken against destiny became part of destiny. This rendered rebellion meaningless. At the highest level, gods could revolt against kings. Mortals could revolt against gods. No one revolted successfully against fate. Prometheus knew this. His foresight did not show him freedom from destiny. It showed him cost. He acted anyway. This is what separated foresight from prophecy. Prophecy reveals what will happen. Foresight reveals what must be paid. Prometheus accepted his price. Gods rarely did. Mortals, however, lived with fate constantly. They felt it in illness, in accident, in timing beyond control. Fate explained why effort did not guarantee outcome. It softened blame and intensified tragedy. Mortals did not expect fairness from fate. They expected finality. This acceptance shaped myth. Tragedies were not warnings against pride alone. They were meditations on limitation. Heroes fell not because they were evil, but because they were finite. Gods fell into conflict, not because they were weak, but because they refused to acknowledge boundaries. The fates remained untouched by worship. No temples honored them lavishly, no prayers begged their mercy. This absence mattered. Worship implies exchange. Fate offered none. It could not be bribed, persuaded, or delayed by devotion. Its authority came from inevitability. This unsettled Zeus more than Titans ever had. Titans could be overthrown. Fate could not. This knowledge changed Olympus over time. Gods grew more cautious. Interventions became subtler. Punishments became symbolic rather than absolute. Immortality remained, but confidence weakened. The gods learned to work around fate rather than against it. They framed destiny as justice when it suited them, as punishment when it did not. But the fates did not care how they were framed. Mortals told stories to cope, stories where fate rewarded virtue or punished arrogance. These stories comforted, they created moral order where none existed. Gods encouraged these narratives because they preserved worship. A world governed by blind destiny does not pray easily. Yet deep down, mortals sensed the truth. That fate does not see character. It sees sequence. This awareness did not destroy hope, it refined it. Hope became less about avoiding death and more about meaning before it. Mortals sought legacy because legacy resisted erasure. Fate cuts threads, but memory persists. Gods envied this. Immortality preserved existence, not meaning. Gods could live forever and change nothing. Mortals lived briefly and reshaped worlds through memory, story, and consequence. Fate made mortals precious precisely because it limited them. The fates watched all of this. They did not intervene when gods argued. They did not adjust threads for suffering or joy. They did not explain why one thread was short and another long. This silence was not neglect. It was structure. Even the end of the gods, if it comes, would be woven, not decided. Fate does not care who believes in it. It moves regardless. This is why gods feared it, and why they never named a king over it. The fates remind the universe that power does not equal control, that existence follows patterns older than authority, that even immortals are carried forward by forces they did not choose. Destiny does not rush. It does not hesitate. It simply continues. And all things, gods included, move within it. Among the gods, love was never simple, and it was never private. Divine relationships unfolded in public consequence, even when they began in secrecy. Where mortals loved within limits imposed by time and vulnerability, gods loved without those restraints. And this freedom twisted affection into something heavier. Love among immortals was not softened by fear of loss. It was sharpened by entitlement. This shaped everything that followed. Love in Olympus rarely meant equality. It often meant possession, validation, or escape from boredom. Gods did not seek love to complete themselves. They sought it to feel something beyond stasis. Eternity dulls sensation. Love promised intensity, and intensity was rare among beings who could not end. Zeus embodied this pattern. His affairs were not driven by romance. They were driven by restlessness. Zeus ruled everything, yet desired distraction. Each relationship reaffirmed his vitality, his dominance, his relevance. Love became proof of power. Consent mattered less than outcome. When consequences followed, Zeus retreated into authority. Punishment was outsourced. Hera became the visible hand of consequence, though she was not the origin of betrayal. Her anger focused not on Zeus, who could not be corrected, but on those who reminded her of his failure to remain contained. This pattern repeated endlessly. Love created imbalance, betrayal exposed it. Punishment restored appearance of order without addressing cause. Those punished were rarely the most guilty. Mortals suffered most. Gods entered mortal lives with promises implied rather than spoken. Affection from a god felt like elevation. It was rarely explained as temporary. Mortals believed love meant protection. Gods rarely corrected this belief. When attention shifted, abandonment followed, and punishment arrived soon after, often through jealousy or neglect. This taught mortals a brutal lesson. Divine love does not guarantee safety. It guarantees visibility. Visibility attracts consequence. Aphrodite's influence complicated this further. Desire intensified bonds quickly. Without stability, relationships formed under her power burned brightly and briefly. When they collapsed, the damage felt personal, even when it followed predictable patterns. Aphrodite rarely intervened to heal what she ignited. Love was an experience, not a responsibility. This distinction defined divine intimacy. Gods did not stay to repair. They moved on. Punishment often followed betrayal, but betrayal was loosely defined. Betrayal could mean disobedience. It could mean independence. It could mean rejection. Mortals who resisted divine advances were punished as harshly as those who accepted and disappointed. Choice itself became dangerous. Gods interpreted resistance as insult. Insult demanded response. This blurred justice into ego. Stories repeated with minor variations. A god desired. A mortal resisted or accepted. A rival god intervened. Punishment followed. Transformation, exile, madness, or death. These outcomes were framed as moral lessons, but they primarily reinforced hierarchy. Love became a test mortals could not pass. Even among gods, betrayal followed similar patterns. Alliances formed through affection fractured under ambition. Trust was conditional. Loyalty depended on advantage. Punishment served as reminder rather than correction. Hephaestus' humiliation revealed this starkly. His marriage to Aphrodite was lawful, but not mutual. Betrayal exposed vulnerability, not fault. When his trap revealed the affair, laughter followed rather than justice. Olympus mocked sincerity. This established a cruel precedent. Faithfulness was weakness. Passion was entertainment. This poisoned divine relationships quietly. Gods learned not to expect loyalty. They learned to guard themselves through detachment or control. Love became transactional. Affection became leverage. Punishment enforced boundaries where trust could not exist. Hades stood apart. His bond with Persephone was shaped by imbalance at first, but stabilized through acknowledgement. Loss forced negotiation. This made their relationship rare. It involved consequence accepted rather than deflected. Because of this, punishment did not dominate their bond. Responsibility did. This difference mattered. It showed that divine love could evolve. But Olympus rarely followed that example. Most gods repeated patterns because patterns preserved power. Punishment discouraged deviation. Love that threatened order was suppressed. Love that reinforced hierarchy was tolerated. Mortals learned caution. They prayed for favor but avoided intimacy. They respected gods while fearing closeness. Love became something sought among equals, not upward. This separation protected mortals from further devastation, but it also deepened distance between worlds. Gods noticed this shift. When love no longer flowed easily from mortals, gods intensified displays of power. Punishment became spectacle. Transformation became warning. Stories of lovers punished for curiosity, disobedience, or pride multiplied. Fear replaced intimacy. This preserved worship, but it hollowed connection. Betrayal within divine relationships continued. Gods betrayed gods by withholding support, by exposing secrets, by choosing advantage over alliance. Punishment among immortals was limited, symbolic, rarely permanent. True consequence was reserved for mortals, who could be broken completely. This imbalance defined divine morality. Punishment was not about fairness. It was about maintenance. Order mattered more than justice. Reputation mattered more than healing. Love that disrupted order was dangerous. Love that reinforced it was rewarded. Over time, these patterns hardened. Love became mythologized rather than practiced. Stories replaced intimacy. Gods spoke of passion while avoiding vulnerability. Punishment replaced dialogue. Betrayal became expected rather than shocking. Mortals carried the emotional cost. They inherited stories of love entwined with fear. Desire became suspect. Trust became fragile. This shaped human relationships deeply. Divine patterns echoed downward. Power imbalances repeated. Punishment justified betrayal. This was Olympus, legacy. Not love as harmony, but love as catalyst. Catalyst for creation. Catalyst for destruction. Catalyst for punishment. Yet within these stories, exceptions glimmered. Moments where gods chose restraint, where love led to growth rather than ruin. These moments mattered because they proved pattern was not law. Fate constrained outcomes, but choice shaped experience. The gods rarely learned from this. Mortals did. They learned to love, knowing loss was possible. They learned betrayal could be survived. They learned punishment could be unjust and still endured. This resilience separated humanity from Olympus more than power ever could. In the end, divine love revealed divine limits. Gods could inspire passion. They could not sustain it. They could punish betrayal. They could not erase longing. Love moved through Olympus like fire through dry grass, bright, consuming, leaving ash behind. Mortals walked through that ash and built lives anyway. This endurance unsettled the gods, because it proved that love, even when broken, belongs more fully to those who can lose everything. And that truth, no punishment could undo. Monsters did not appear in the world by accident. They were not random failures of nature, nor simple enemies placed to be slain. Monsters were messages. They were consequences given form, warnings shaped into bodies, reminders that boundaries once crossed did not simply fade away. Where punishment struck individuals, monsters lingered. They stayed, they waited, they became part of the world. The gods understood something important about fear. Fear that passes teaches little. Fear that remains reshapes behavior. Monsters remained. Some were born from divine punishment, others from neglected responsibility. Some emerged when gods acted carelessly, and others when mortals reached too far without understanding the weight of their ambition. Regardless of origin, monsters carried meaning. They marked places where order had failed or been enforced too harshly. Medusa was not created to terrify at first. She became terrifying. Once a mortal woman, her transformation into a monster revealed how punishment often exceeded the crime. Medusa's gaze did not turn others to stone because she sought cruelty. It reflected the isolation forced upon her. Her monstrosity was not innate. It was imposed, then weaponized as warning. She taught mortals that proximity to gods could destroy identity. Her presence reshaped the land around her. Places touched by monsters changed. Forests grew denser, paths vanished, civilization retreated. Monsters pushed humans back into caution. They created spaces where progress slowed, where fear replaced curiosity. This was intentional. Gods did not want mortals to advance everywhere unchecked. Monsters enforced borders. The Minotaur embodied another lesson. Born from divine negligence and human arrogance, it was confined within a labyrinth rather than destroyed. The monster became a secret, hidden beneath the appearance of order. This containment was itself a warning. Problems buried rather than resolved grow distorted. The Minotaur fed on sacrifice, turning denial into routine cruelty. Athens, tribute to the labyrinth, revealed how monsters spread consequence beyond their origin. Innocence paid for failures of leadership. Fear was normalized. The monster did not merely kill, it structured society around itself. This is how warnings persist. Some monsters were guardians rather than punishments. Cerberus did not exist to terrorize the living, but to maintain separation. The underworld required boundaries. Without them, death would lose meaning. Cerberus enforced finality. His presence reminded mortals that some thresholds are not meant to be crossed freely. Not all monsters were evil, but all were feared. Fear simplified morality. Monsters allowed the world to label danger clearly. Gods preferred this clarity. Ambiguity invites questioning. Monsters discouraged it. When a threat has fangs and claws, no explanation is required. Yet many monsters originated from moral ambiguity. Scylla and Charybdis were shaped by divine conflict rather than mortal sin. They became hazards for travelers who had done nothing wrong. Their existence taught a harsher lesson. Some dangers are not deserved. Some suffering has no moral logic. Survival requires navigation, not justice. This truth unsettled mortals. They wanted monsters to mean something clear, to justify fear as lesson rather than randomness. Gods allowed this belief because it preserved narrative order. Monsters became stories told to children. Behave, or the monster will come. Do not wander. Do not challenge. Do not question too deeply. Fear replaced explanation. Heroes were sent to confront monsters not just to eliminate threats, but to renew belief in control. Slaying a monster restored temporary confidence. It reassured mortals that chaos could be overcome. Gods encouraged this cycle. Monsters appeared. Heroes rose. Order seemed restored. But monsters always returned. Different forms, different names, same function. Some monsters were never meant to be slain. The Sphinx existed to test rather than destroy. Her riddles demanded understanding, not strength. Those who failed were not unworthy because they were weak, but because they refused to think. The Sphinx warned that ignorance could be as fatal as arrogance. When Oedipus solved the riddle, he passed the test, but not the lesson. The monster vanished, but fate remained. This revealed a deeper truth. Monsters can be defeated, consequence cannot. Removing the warning does not remove what it warned against. Gods allowed monsters to linger when lessons remained unlearned. Tartarus housed creatures too dangerous to roam, but too meaningful to erase. Their existence served as reminder to the gods themselves. Some creations cannot be undone. Some punishments cannot be softened without destabilizing the order they enforce. Monsters reflected divine mistakes. They embodied excess punishment, excess desire, excess pride. Where gods acted without restraint, monsters emerged as residue. Olympus rarely acknowledged this openly. It was easier to frame monsters as external threats than as evidence of divine failure. Mortals learned to adapt. They built walls. They told stories. They learned routes to avoid danger. Over time, monsters became part of geography. Fear became mapped. Civilization grew around known threats rather than eliminating them. This adaptation demonstrated human resilience. Gods watched this with mixed emotion. On one hand, monsters kept mortals cautious. On the other, adaptation reduced fear. Familiar danger loses power. A monster known becomes manageable. This threatened the warning's effectiveness. So new monsters appeared. More complex, more symbolic, less physical. Madness, obsession, curses that followed bloodlines. These monsters could not be slain with weapons. They demanded endurance. They followed families, not paths. This escalation revealed something important. Fear must evolve to remain effective. Gods began using monsters less as punishment and more as correction. A mortal too proud might face transformation. A kingdom too arrogant might attract a creature that feeds on its wealth or children. Monsters enforced humility when law failed. Yet some monsters gained sympathy. Centaurs lived between worlds, neither fully civilized nor fully wild. Their existence questioned binary morality. They were not warnings against action, but against exclusion. Monsters blurred categories gods preferred to keep rigid. This blurring unsettled Olympus. Clear warnings are useful. Ambiguous ones provoke thought. Thought leads to doubt. Doubt weakens authority. Gods tolerated monsters that inspired fear. They distrusted those that inspired empathy. Empathy dissolves hierarchy. Mortals who felt pity for monsters began questioning punishment itself. Was the monster evil or made so? Was fear deserved or inherited? These questions destabilize simple narratives. Gods responded inconsistently. Some monsters were redeemed, others destroyed. No system governed these choices. They followed divine mood rather than principle. This randomness reinforced the lesson monsters already taught. The world is not fair. Survival depends on awareness, not justice. Monsters remained long after belief in gods weakened. This is their final significance. Gods fade. Monsters persist. Fear outlives worship. Even when names change, patterns remain. New cultures invent new monsters to carry old warnings. Darkness becomes metaphor. Threat becomes internal. In this way, monsters succeeded where gods could not. They shaped behavior without requiring belief. They taught caution without doctrine. They enforced limits without kings. Monsters are memory given teeth. They remind the world that actions echo, that power leaves residue, that some boundaries exist because crossing them once cost too much. Gods created monsters to control mortals, but monsters ended up teaching mortals how to survive gods. That irony did not go unnoticed. But by the time Olympus realized it, monsters were already woven too deeply into the world to be removed. They remained, waiting, not always to kill, sometimes only to remind. Power among the gods was never as solid as it appeared. From the outside, Olympus looked eternal, untouched by time, unchallenged by doubt. Thunder still struck when Zeus willed it. The sun still rose under Apollo's watch. The seas still answered Poseidon's moods. Yet beneath this appearance of permanence, something fragile always existed. Divine power depended on something the gods rarely liked to admit: belief. Gods ruled the world through force, fear, and law, but their true strength flowed from recognition. Mortals named them. Mortals remembered them. Mortals built stories around them. As long as people spoke their names with awe or fear, the gods remained present. When that attention weakened, so did the gods. At first, the loss was subtle. A temple neglected, a prayer shortened, a festival celebrated out of habit rather than devotion. None of this seemed dangerous on its own. Gods had seen centuries pass. Human memory was unreliable. They assumed worship would return as it always had. But belief does not vanish suddenly. It thins, it stretches, it loses weight, until it can no longer hold power the way it once did. The gods were slow to notice because they were used to command, not listening. Mortals began to change before Olympus did. They grew more curious, less fearful. They still feared storms, droughts, and death, but they no longer saw these forces only as divine moods. Patterns emerged. Seasons returned. The sky followed rules. Knowledge crept in where mystery once ruled. This did not destroy belief. It reshaped it. Gods were no longer explanations. They became symbols. Zeus became justice rather than thunder itself. Athena became wisdom rather than a voice in battle. When a god becomes an idea, their power shifts. Ideas are shared. They are questioned. They do not demand sacrifice the way fear does. Olympus felt this shift like a slow illness. The gods still acted, but their actions carried less weight. A punishment that once terrified now felt excessive. A blessing that once inspired loyalty now felt arbitrary. Mortals began to judge the gods, not simply obey them. This was new, dangerous. Favor could be lost. Once, divine favor was unquestioned. If a god loved you, you prospered. If a god hated you, you suffered. Now mortals began to ask why. Why was one king blessed while another starved? Why did prayers go unanswered? Why did innocent children die while temples stood tall? These questions weakened the foundation of divine authority. Gods responded poorly. Some became harsher, believing fear would restore obedience. Others withdrew, offended by doubt. Neither response worked. Fear without mystery becomes cruelty. Silence without explanation becomes abandonment. Mortals adapted faster than gods expected. Belief fractured. Different regions honored different versions of the same god. Zeus was not the same everywhere. Neither was Hera nor Apollo. Each retelling altered them slightly. Over time, the gods lost control of their own image. Stories replaced truth. Myths contradicted one another. A god who means everything ends up meaning nothing clearly. Power cannot survive confusion forever. Influence faded next. Gods still existed, but they intervened less. not because they chose restraint, but because intervention required belief to land properly. A miracle unrecognized is just an event. A warning ignored is just noise. The gods found themselves shouting into a world that had learned to listen elsewhere. Laws replaced divine judgment. Kings claimed authority without invoking Olympus. Oaths were sworn on principles rather than names. Justice moved from temples to courts. The gods watched systems rise that did not require them. This was not rebellion. It was evolution. And it frightened them. The gods had once overthrown the Titans because the old order no longer fit the world. Now the same logic turned against them. Power that does not adapt becomes symbolic. Symbolic power can inspire, but it cannot rule. Zeus felt this loss more than most. As king, he was tied directly to order. When order no longer required him, his authority thinned. He could still strike, but each strike confirmed the problem. Violence reminded mortals why they sought distance from divine rule in the first place. Hera felt it differently. Her power had always been tied to social structure, marriage, loyalty, tradition. As those structures changed, her domain weakened. Mortals redefined family. Love became choice rather than duty. Hera's rage grew sharper, not because she gained strength, but because she felt herself slipping out of relevance. Other gods adapted better. Hermes thrived in transition. He ruled movement, trade, messages. As worlds connected, his influence shifted rather than faded. Athena adapted as wisdom replaced brute force. She lived comfortably in the space between myth and thought. But adaptation required humility. Many gods lacked it. They believed power was theirs by right, not by relationship. This misunderstanding cost them. Divine power was never permanent ownership. It was a contract, even if unspoken. Mortals offered belief. Gods offered protection, meaning, and order. When one side failed, the bond weakened. The gods failed to change how they offered meaning. Their stories grew distant. Their punishments felt outdated. Their rewards seemed random. Mortals did not stop believing entirely. They simply stopped caring in the same way. A god without emotional relevance becomes decoration. Temples became monuments. Statues became art. Myths became entertainment. The gods remained famous but no longer necessary. This was the most dangerous form of loss. Obscurity can be reversed. Irrelevance rarely can. Some gods faded quietly. Minor gods lost followers first. Local spirits vanished as cities expanded. Rivers were mapped, not worshipped. Forests were cut rather than feared. Each loss seemed small, but together they reshaped the divine landscape. Olympus grew quieter. Not empty, but thinner, less crowded with voices, prayers, demands. Silence settled where chaos once lived. Gods who thrived on attention felt this silence as hunger. Belief feeds presence. Without it, gods became memories that still walked and spoke, but cast weaker shadows. The greatest irony was this. The gods had always feared fate, yet belief was the one force they never tried to control directly. They assumed it would last because it always had. But belief is fragile. It shifts with experience. It breaks when trust erodes. Power built on fear collapses when fear changes shape. Mortals still feared death, suffering, and loss. They simply no longer believed gods were the only answer to those fears. Medicine replaced prayer. Strategy replaced sacrifice. Community replaced divine favor. The gods were not destroyed. They were outgrown. And this is the most painful loss of all. To exist yet no longer matter in the way you once did. to watch the world continue without needing your permission. The fragility of power is not that it can be taken by force. It is that it can be left behind. The world did not end when belief faded. That was the first surprise. Mountains did not fall into the sea. The sky did not crack open. No final war burned the horizon. Instead, something far more unsettling happened. The world continued. Crops still grew. Children were born. Storms came and passed. Life went on without the constant presence of divine attention, and that continuation felt like betrayal to the gods who had once shaped every moment of existence. Silence arrived slowly. It began in places that once echoed with prayer. Temples still stood, but their stones felt colder. Offerings were made out of tradition, not desperation. Words spoken to the gods lost urgency. They became polite, distant, almost ceremonial. The gods heard fewer cries in the night, fewer bargains whispered in fear. Not because suffering ended, but because mortals learned to endure it without looking upward. Myths did not vanish all at once. They softened. Stories once told as truth were now told as lessons, metaphors, entertainment for long evenings. The names of gods survived, but their voices no longer lived inside the stories. Zeus became a symbol of authority rather than a presence in the sky. Athena became an ideal rather than a guide. Hades became a concept rather than a ruler waiting below. When belief changes shape, power follows. The gods still existed, but existence without relevance is a thin thing. They watched the world from a distance that grew wider each generation. Once, mortals shaped their lives around divine moods. Now gods shape their identity around human memory. This reversal was quiet, but absolute. Olympus felt emptier, not because gods disappeared, but because purpose did. Conversations lingered longer. Arguments repeated themselves. Feasts felt hollow. Immortality stretches time, and without constant interaction with the world below, time became weight rather than gift. Some gods welcomed the quiet. Hades had always understood distance. His realm existed apart from worship and celebration. He ruled a place mortals feared, but accepted. As belief faded, his domain changed least. Death remained unavoidable. Silence had always been part of his kingdom. In a strange way, the world growing quieter made him feel less alone. Others suffered deeply. Apollo felt it in the absence of prophecy. Futures became uncertain not because fate vanished, but because mortals stopped asking. Music still existed, but it no longer carried divine instruction. Art became human expression rather than sacred act. Apollo's light remained, but it no longer defined meaning. Artemis watched wilderness shrink. Forests that once felt alive with reverence became resources. The hunt lost ritual. Balance became management. She remained free, but freedom without reflection felt empty. Aphrodite felt the shift as numbness. Desire did not vanish, but it changed tone. Love became personal rather than sacred. Beauty became subjective rather than divine. Mortals stopped seeing passion as a gift from above and began seeing it as something owned, something chosen. Aphrodite's influence became subtle, often unnoticed, and that invisibility wounded her pride more than rejection ever had. Zeus struggled the most. A king without subjects is not a king, only a figure clinging to memory. He could still command storms, but storms no longer felt like messages. They were events. His judgments no longer shaped law. His authority lived in stories rather than systems. The world no longer needed permission to move forward. This realization did not come all at once. It crept in through small moments, A village rebuilding without sacrifice, a war planned without omens. A child cured without prayer. Each success without divine aid weakened the thread between Olympus and earth. Silence grew thicker. Not empty silence, but functional silence. The kind that follows when a voice is no longer expected. Gods found themselves listening more than speaking, waiting rather than acting. The myths aged. They did not disappear, but they stopped evolving. Once, myths grew with each retelling, adapting to new fears and hopes. Now they froze. Written down, categorized, studied. A story that no longer changes is no longer alive. It becomes record, not presence. The gods became history while still breathing. This was the cruelest outcome. Immortality without influence is a long echo. Days blur together when no prayer marks time. Centuries pass unnoticed. Without belief to anchor them, gods began to feel weight they had never known. Existence without direction stretches painfully. Some gods tried to interfere again. Their actions felt forced, out of time, a punishment here, a miracle there. Mortals noticed, but with curiosity rather than fear. The gap could not be closed by force. The world had learned a different rhythm. Others withdrew completely. They retreated into memory, into isolation, into internal worlds built from what once was. Olympus became less a seat of power and more a gathering of remnants, great beings living among shadows of themselves. And yet, the world did not become empty. Meaning did not vanish with the gods. It moved. Humans created stories of their own, heroes without divine blood, laws without divine command. Values shaped by experience rather than prophecy. The silence left by the gods became space. Space for choice. This was the truth the gods struggled to accept. Their absence did not doom the world. It allowed it to grow differently, not better or worse, just independent. Belief did not die. It transformed. Some mortals still whispered old names in moments of fear or love. Some still felt watched in storms or forests or dreams. The gods did not vanish completely. They became quieter presences, felt rather than seen, remembered rather than obeyed. The world grew quiet, but not empty. And in that quiet, a new question lingered. If gods are no longer needed to rule, what are they now? This question had no immediate answer. It waited, just like the gods themselves. When the gods stepped back from the center of the world, they did not disappear. That idea is comforting but false. Power fades, belief shifts, worship thins, yet presence lingers in quieter forms. What remained of the gods was not thunder or prophecy or fear. What remained was story. Stories outlive authority. Long after temples crumble and rituals fade, stories continue to move from voice to voice. They change shape, soften their edges, lose their certainty, but they endure because they answer something deeper than obedience. The gods survived not as rulers of the world, but as mirrors held up to the human soul. This was their final transformation. Once, myths explained the world. Storms had names, seasons had reasons, death had a ruler. As knowledge grew, those explanations were no longer needed. But the emotions behind them never vanished. Fear, love, rage, grief, hope, pride. These remained unchanged. The gods became vessels for these forces rather than their source. Zeus no longer ruled the sky, but he still lived wherever authority struggled with justice. His story warned that power without restraint collapses under its own weight. His flaws mattered more than his victories. Through him, people learned that leadership is not proven by strength alone, but by responsibility. Hera remained wherever loyalty clashed with pain. Her story endured because commitment is never simple. She represented the cost of staying, the bitterness that grows when devotion is unreturned. Mortals did not need to worship her to understand her. They lived her struggle in their own lives. Poseidon survived in the language of chaos and freedom. The sea no longer needed a god to rise or fall, but its unpredictability still felt alive. His temper became a metaphor for forces that cannot be reasoned with, only respected. Through him, people learned humility in the face of nature. Hades endured almost unchanged. Death never stopped being feared, but it became understood as necessary rather than cruel. Hades was remembered not as evil, but as inevitable. His quiet endurance spoke to the truth that not all power seeks attention. Some power exists simply to hold the balance, unseen and unpraised. Persephone remained as the story of change itself. Her descent and return explained not seasons anymore, but transformation, loss followed by renewal. Innocence altered, but not destroyed. Her story survived because people needed to believe that darkness does not erase growth, it reshapes it. Athena lived on wherever thought replaced impulse. Her wisdom mattered even more once gods no longer ruled. Strategy, learning, restraint. These became human responsibilities. Athena taught that intelligence is not cold, but disciplined. Her legacy shaped minds rather than battles. Apollo's light became art, healing, and introspection. Music lost its divine command but gained emotional depth. Prophecy faded, but self-reflection grew. Apollo's story endured because it held both beauty and cruelty, reminding people that brilliance without humility wounds as often as it heals. Artemis survived in solitude and choice. She became the symbol of boundaries, of independence without isolation. Her wilderness shrank, but the desire for untouched space did not. She represented the need to exist without explanation or ownership. Ares remained as warning. War did not disappear when belief faded. It became more human, more political, more rationalized. Ares showed that violence without thought consumes itself. His legacy taught that rage does not need divine approval to be destructive. Aphrodite endured wherever desire complicated reason. Love never became simple. Beauty never became harmless. Her story survived because attraction still drives people toward joy and ruin in equal measure. Through her, people learned that longing is powerful, but not innocent. Hermes thrived in transition even after belief thinned. Communication, movement, trade, humor. These grew stronger, not weaker. His legacy became connection itself. He proved that adaptability is a form of immortality. Demeter lived in every act of care and grief. Motherhood did not need a goddess, but her story gave shape to loss that feels unbearable. Through her sorrow, people learned that love and pain are inseparable, and that withdrawal is sometimes the only way to survive grief. Hephaestus remained wherever creation followed suffering. Craft, patience, resilience. His story taught that worth is not erased by rejection. That brokenness can produce beauty stronger than perfection. Prometheus endured as defiance itself. Fire became knowledge, technology, progress. His punishment became the price of change. Through him, people learned that rebellion often requires sacrifice, and that progress is never free. Pandora remained misunderstood, as she always had been. Her story shifted from blame to reflection. Curiosity became necessity. Hope survived not because it was harmless, but because it was essential. Her legacy reminded people that consequences do not cancel responsibility. The heroes lived on as bridges between the divine and the human, even after gods withdrew. Heracles, Perseus, and others mattered because they struggled. Their strength was never clean. Their victories were costly. Through them, people learned that greatness is not purity, but endurance. The fates remained untouched. Destiny did not vanish when gods faded. Limits remained. Time still moved forward. Choice still mattered within boundaries. The gods were never above fate, and neither were humans. This truth survived every transformation. So what remained of the gods was not worship. It was understanding. Myths became tools rather than commands. They offered language for experiences too large to explain plainly. They allowed people to speak about fear, desire, grief, and power without pretending to master them. Stories did what gods once did. They gave meaning without demanding obedience. We still tell these stories because they remind us of who we are when stripped of certainty. They show us our worst instincts and our highest hopes without pretending either can be erased. They allow us to explore failure safely through figures larger than life. The gods no longer rule the world, but they rule memory. They exist where questions do not have clean answers, where emotions contradict logic, where power tempts love wounds and loss, reshapes identity. They exist because human nature has not changed as much as the world around it has. In this way, the gods achieved a different kind of immortality, not as masters, but as companions. They walk beside us in story, not above us in fear. They no longer demand belief, they invite reflection. And perhaps that is the form they were always meant to take. The world grew quiet, but not empty. The gods faded, but they were not erased. They became echoes that never fully die, carried forward each time someone tells their story, not because they must, but because they want to understand themselves a little better. And that is why we still tell them,